Previously, after a colossal comet impact that darkened the skies, a newly turned vampire with a noble heart, named Darcy Dunraven, emerges as the final hope for a world shrouded in eternal night. You are the chosen one, the last hope. The prophesied winter child, a river's mouth leading to an ancient, vast reservoir, as immense and mysterious as the void beyond the stars. As the prophesied winter child, Darcy comes under the protection of a rogue vampire called Fano, who trains her for the inevitable confrontation with the Vampire Queen and her council. The council consists of 6 enigmatic figures. Yes, I know, the wife, the shadow, the storm, the reach, the mystery, and the moon. And while stepping into the role Darcy left behind in the human world, she left behind Darcy's younger sister, Hope, finds herself entangled in a budding romance. Lydia, she came over from Soho. She has been training diligently to become a nurse at the clinic. You kissed me, yeah. I actually did, but even Hope is not beyond the reach of the council's schemes to draw her rebel sister out of hiding, untie me. And Darcy is not the only vampire who has eluded their grasp. Queen will return to us, she always does. What if she can't? What if she sealed herself away somewhere, holding the dark up with her mind, all his? Hope's captivity in Dubrovnik introduces her to an unlikely ally. You may call me Rook, and not only that, but a mysterious new presence in her dreams. Who are you? I am the well you draw from when all else is dry. While at the castle, Penelope knows that only Darcy can save Hope from the council, and searches Lydia's blocked memories for clues about the winter child's whereabouts. We're not even sure she can lead you to Darcy. Okay, do what you have to do, inadvertently exposing darker things buried there. This is bad, this is too much. Lydia, I need you to stay with me. Don't tell me about me, you don't fuck all about me. A deep wound that heals into a bond of shared hardship. But I couldn't protect Hope either. He tried, that's what matters. And as Hope's friends search for Darcy, Hope and Rook escape the council's clutches together. But only Hope will make it back to her sister. No, run, only to find Darcy in an altogether different sort of jeopardy. And also she's locked in psychic combat with the Queen. She can do this, feelings. She can do anything, and when Penelope and Lydia turn up, with the Queen's spy master on the heels, do not test my courtesy, I will make a pile of your head. Darcy wakes from her psychic struggle, changed by a startling new revelation. Darcy, how did you do that? What happened to you in the black? I was so confused at first. But the lioness, she's been with me always. And promptly kills the rebel leader for nerve. What's happening to us? Felix, help. I'm so sorry, she is the Queen. A turn that seems to crush any promise of undoing the winter. It's not true, she's possessed you. No, Felix, I am her, I've always been. I just didn't realize it. What happened to saving the world? That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. I already have, but as Darcy leaves them in the darkness, one final spark lingers, the possibility that the prophecy may be saying more than anyone's realized. First darkling child of the long winter born should be the last, for in her wake comes the home spring. I don't understand, what does it mean? Maybe it means this isn't over yet. Audible Originals presents Impact Winter, written and directed by Travis Beecham. Hope, no, go away. Hope, why won't you just leave me alone? Because it's time, Hope, no. It's over, can't you see that, can you? You're not real, you're just a dream. Leave me alone. I don't care what the prophecy says. It's not me, there's nothing I can do. It's time to wake up. Where the fuck am I? Wait. No, you're still having a lot of dreams. Like it, are you? Like what? The spirit appearing as people, you know. It's not a spirit. I'm sorry, I thought you called it. I was wrong, it's not a spirit, just a dream. You said it wants something from you. Is that why I'm here? To discuss my dreams? I just thought we might be past you for a check-in, but it hadn't occurred to me the Darcy thing was 6 months ago. You feel like you're past it, do you? Is this about what happened in the gym? Is that something you'd want to talk about? I was just having a bad day. Whatever Lydia said, she didn't say anything. Who did? Penelope. People who love you are worried about you, Hope. Yeah, well, there are bigger things to worry about. How are things with you and Lydia, Great Hope? No, she's like the only thing I've got going for me. Actually, oh hi. There's a girl in her knickers in my bed. I saw you going to the shower, so I let myself an aha. And you thought you could make something happen, did you? No, I don't know, maybe I had plans on our anniversary. What anniversary? 22 weeks. My God, Hope, our 22-week anniversary, yeah. Well, in that case. But I don't know, what are you doing? Hollow towel, teeth, now fucking hell again. It's alright, I've got the candle right here. Are you okay? I just stubbed my toe, it's fine. Here, see, that's romantic. Scoot over. How are we supposed to live like this? Calm down, it's just a fuel shortage. It's not just the fuel is going bad, Lyd. It's gonna keep happening, so we'll take it as it comes. It's like time is running backwards. Like we're turning into cavemen. Hey, I don't know if you've noticed, but you've got a naked girl in bed with you. I'm serious, so am I. It's not so bad, you know. Yeah. Why not? Because you've got a naked girl in bed with you. We've got each other. Maybe just let that be enough. For now, is it not? It can be it, is it? It's just hard. The blackouts are frustrating for everybody. I know, it's the way of it, isn't it? And trippy things run out. We'll get by. I know we will. We have the geothermal reserves, wind. Yeah, I know. Did you know helium is finite? I did. There's no way to make more. There's just a set amount here on Earth. And when it's gone, it's gone. It's lighter than air. It's used, it just floats. Floats off into space. You sound like Lieutenant Cadogan. He said something about it when Penelope drove us out to Lizard Point. To launch his latest weather balloon. Yeah, storm's coming. Cold one to for August. Yeah, so it'll be great for the day to set. I wish you wouldn't climb up there, Lieutenant. I need to get the balloon. Clear these trees. Just be careful, that wall is not stable. Did he say where it would drop the balloon? More okay, thanks. How did it happen? Gust of wind threw him off his feet as he was releasing the balloon. Oh wow, that bad is it? Don't squirm. Let me see. Compound fracture. We've got company. Oh, how many? What is it? I can see 5. It's got blood. Want me to engage? No. Stay close, just keep an eye on them while I saw him out. But it's fine. They probably won't attack. Probably won't. Not with Hope here, yeah. Lucky us. Please stabilize, Hope. Give me your belt. Hope, sorry. They're just staring. It unsettles you that they won't attack. I hate it, the stillness there. You can't do anything more than me. We need to get him back, that cold blank stare. Help me get him to the car. Looking through you, Hope, like you're already dead, Hope. Yeah, here. I'm sorry, got him. Why don't they attack? Oh, they'll attack. Just not me. Why do you think? That is, I know why it is, Darcy. Whatever she's calling herself these days. Is that a comforting thought to you? I'm just glad she's still thinking of me. With everything else on her plate, Hope. I know what you want me to say, yeah. She's told them not to hurt me. That's great, really frees up my time to sweat. All the small things, like how long the lights are gonna stay on. Is this about what happened in the infirmary? He almost died. Then it's a good thing you were there. Pass the leg, Kenny, fine. Hey, should we be doing more to protect the hedgehogs? He's still coming out of the anesthesia. How about you? Pretty serious surgery, right? Mending a compound fracture. I know, right? I can't believe you let me assist. Wasn't too bloody, you know. I was worried about that. But it was actually really fascinating, seeing how the muscles and bones all put together. You sure we can skip training today if you want to? Just let me clean up. Yeah, you okay? Haha, my chest. Haha, it feels like I've been stabbed shit, doctor. We've got a problem. What is it? He mentioned chest pain. There's an embolism, what do you need? What can I do? Should I get the heparin? Forget it, I need to operate, get them. Schedule blackout, we have someone they need. You were stable, I'll run down there, well. Hurry, how long do I? What about 5 fucking minutes? Understood. Stop. It didn't always feel like this. Like what? Like life's on a razor's edge. You think your sister had it easier. She always had it in her to make a difference. And you don't, well, I can't black out the sun. You blame her for the weather, do you? It's been colder since she's gone. Yeah, that's her power. She switches sides and the temperature literally drops. Difference can I make in the face of that? Made a difference to Cadogan, didn't you? Hey, how was he? Yeah, it was touch and go, but he'll make it thanks to you. Thanks to you, I just got the lights turned on. Yeah, into minutes. You went 3 levels down into minutes. How many stairs is that? Stop. I could have made that run 6 if I was literally on fire. Hey, speaking of workouts, you can't possibly still want to train. It's Thursday and I'm what? Like 2 hours away from being certified. For security detail, why? Where are you going? Nothing, I just have to go fetch that balloon. I thought there was weather coming in, that's why we need the data from the balloons. Do you not want to drink me? What? Because I can ask Penelope if it's no. I just look, I guess, I just don't see why. You're so keen on pulling double duty, you have a job in the infirmary. You don't think it might have been useful to have had a nurse with you? And Caddy fell maybe, but we handled it. I don't think you understand how helpless it feels when someone you care about goes missing out there. I know exactly how helpless that feels. Yeah, and what did you do about it? You picked up her sword and made yourself someone who could help. I just want to have your back. We'll pick up a session later. Tonight, promise, I swear, I just need to do this. What's going on with the weather out there? It's fine, don't worry about it. You'll be careful, yeah, of course. You didn't tell her you were going out alone. I didn't want her to worry. Were you worried about yourself? The blighters don't touch me. The weather still can. Wasn't blighters that knocked Cadogan off that wall. And we need the data from the balloons to tell us what the weather will be. It was what, the 6th one he sent up. We have quite a lot of data. Just one you, I'm afraid it was fine. Nothing happened. There wasn't any other reason you rushed out. I don't know what you're getting at. How do you feel about training Lydia? Good. She's a quick study, that's good. Must make you proud. Yeah, look, it was fine, just a snowstorm. It's not like I've never been out in the snow. You're going to tell me blizzard in August didn't feel at least a little surreal. You ever been in a thunder snow, A thunder snow, a snowstorm with lightning and thunder. I can't say I have. It is surreal and rare. Pretty though, in a kinda apocalyptic way, like something is off. It's dark and white all at once, sort of weirdly quiet. I found the balloon tangled in the limbs of a tree, but the telemetry box wasn't attached. I just assumed it had broken. Off in the descent, the balloon has two transmitters. The main one on the rigging and a backup in the box. Backup doesn't always work through the casing, but I picked it up quickly with the tracking receiver. I folded it to an old farmhouse. Inside, there were objects lined up on the floor. Random objects, a fire extinguisher, a bloody backpack, and the box. The blighters, they do this sometimes. I don't know why, but they hold things, colorful things, shiny things, things that used to belong to them maybe. How many of them were there? I don't know, it was dark. I only saw them in the flashes of lightning, crouching, watching me. Eyes glowing from the shadows, so many eyes, none of them moving. Not until I went for the box. She was just a small one. A girl. The box is mine. I'm taking it. She reached out to cover it, but I held my ground. Do it, stop me. My heart felt like a jackhammer. It was the first time since. Before any of them are dead to get close to me. Come on, do it, I'm ready. You want to do it. It's you and me. And what did you do? Nothing. I've killed her, one of your own. Do you not care? Do you feel nothing? Is there nothing human left in you? Do it, take me down. Avenge your fucking sister. I didn't do anything. I just walked away with the box. Then as I was tying it to the snowmobile, I felt something else, some new presence. When I looked up, I saw it, just down the road. So what? Huh? What did you see? I don't know, the mind plays tricks on you out there in the half-light. You don't always see what you think you see. What did you think you saw? It's not important, no. But Penelope said you looked white as a sheep when you got back. What were you thinking going out there alone? Nothing happened, no. You're gonna tell me. There's spots on your shirt, aren't blood spatters. It's old hope. I'm fine. How long has it been since you've had a session? With Gussie, I'll schedule one. I will. What's this? Oh, you don't need to see that just yet. It's Catalan's climate report. Let me see just the first draft. I don't think it's helpful for you to be contemplating this right now. Oh my God. Penelope, does this mean what I think it means? What did you think it meant? That if the dust doesn't clear soon, we're in it for the long run. 10, 100,000 years. Well, that's the gist, isn't it? The report isn't final. The numbers, they're not thousands of years off. It's going to be an ice age either way. Like an actual ice age. Humanity survived worse, yeah. I'm sorry you had to see the report. I know it's a lot to digest, Gussie. The world is dying, no, I get it. We've all been wrestling with it. Frankly, I'm surprised you were still up for a training session. After all that, I'm not sure what you mean. Well, it was that night, right after you got back. You left the debriefing with Penelope and went to meet Lydia in the gym. Yeah, I feel like our time must be up by now. Don't you worry about the time. No, look. I'm sorry I broke a disciplinary, and I shouldn't have gone out alone. Wait, and I won't do it again. Hope, calm down. Look at me. What happened in the gym? Don't make me say it. You already know what happened. I really don't know. Do I not? Until I hear it from you. We were just sparring. You're holding back. I'm not. Are you holding back? I always hold back. Come on. I want to learn something. You don't go foot on. You might hurt someone. Fine if you say so. What happened? My nose was bleeding. You need to go clean up. Did you stop training? No, she didn't stop. So I need her in the stomach. I thought you said that was against the rules. Rules, Lydia. There are no rules out there. You think there's rules. You can't count on anyone. Not even the ones closest to you. Hope, don't look at me like that. It's the truth. Are you okay, me? Me, you're the one who's on the floor bleeding. I'm fine. Why does everyone worry about me? I'm fine. You said you wanted to learn something. Come on, roll with it. Get up, I need a minute. Stop being dramatic, come on. I said I need a minute. You don't always get what you need. Come on, Penelope, I was just take a break. It's okay, see, she's fine, I just take a break. Hope, are you alright? Yeah. I don't know what came over me. I didn't want to hurt her. I wanted her to understand. What? That your heroes can fail you. You know that they will fail you. They either die or they leave you wishing that they had. Nobody's worth dying for. What did you see out there, Hope? Oh, thank God. Why does everyone think it's so fucking important? What I saw, because you came home and punched her in the nose. The one good thing you've got going for you. What did you see out on the Mars? It was nothing, just a dog, a black dog. Well, like the one your sister saw. It wasn't him, Rook. It wasn't him. Did you think it was Rook's dead? I saw him die. He was a soldier in Rome, Britain. Can you imagine Roman Britain? 1,000 years on this earth, and then he dies. Why? To save me, fucking me. Do you worry Lydia is willing to die for you too? I know she is, she almost did. It can't happen again. I don't want her thinking that she can do that. She can't be rushing to my rescue and, oh God, when what nothing. I thought you were fine out there by yourself. I am, then what's there to rescue you from? If the bladers won't attack you. Yeah, I don't know what I was gonna say, Hope. What I can't help you if you don't say it, fine, yes. I want them to, is that what you want me to say? I want them to attack me. I want them to rip me to shreds. And I want my sister to know it. I want to break what's left of her fucking heart, the way that she broke mine. This heart is the only heart you think it would break. I don't want to die. I don't know what to do anymore. This ice age, it's her. She's out there. She's telling the whole world to bite the curb. All of it except for me, not me, because she loves me. So what do I get? I get to watch. Oh yeah, there's no trick to hit Hope. You build a fire, and you huddle close. That's how we did it. Did what survived the ice age. We did it together. Yeah, you talk to Lydia. She shouldn't have to deal with this. I'm really not worth the effort. Not after all she's been through. Do you care about her more than anything? Then, why don't you let her decide what's worth the effort? Hope, it's 3 a.m. Sorry. Did I wake you up? Yeah, it's 3 a.m. Sorry. I wasn't thinking. Okay, come back. Come in. I'm sorry, Lyd. I'm so sorry. It's okay. How are you? I meant about the... I know what you meant. I hate you. We were sparring. I gave you a bloody nose. Sneezing gives me a bloody nose. Don't just forgive me. I fucking hurt you. Fuck you. I'll forgive you what I want. You can talk to me. You know that, right? I'm stronger than I look. You shouldn't have to be, not after. So you deserve better. You should be happy. You should be nothing but happy. Hey, you were there for me after Antrim. With all my broken bones and unblocked memories. You think I didn't know what you were putting aside? The Darcy thing was a gut punch. I knew this was coming, Hope, and you're out of your mind. If you think I'm gonna bail now, oh, what do you need? Will you just hold me? Of course. Come here. What do you want from me? The world is dying. It's too late. The fight is done. It's over. No, it's only the beginning. No matter what. Just keep me near. It's all we got. Just have no fear. Yes, I fear. I trade her. Will we ever see her again? I feel her. I trade her. Will we ever see her again? I feel her. I trade her. Will we ever see her again? April 12th, 2040. For a month I've been here in Dubrovnik, locked in some windowless corner of the palace. A month of wary questions from members of the council. Which of these items do you recognize? What was the weather like on the night we met? Any and every test they could conceive of. And even though they and I knew that the lock on the door would not hold me inside, I remained there patiently telling them what I know and waiting as they retired to debate my answers in private again and again for a month. And today was the day they made up their minds, the day they unlocked the door. Yes, thank you. She's on her way up. I still find myself wondering if we should have waited for our absence. Sister Curse-In's on the other side of the world. She won't be back for months. At least you was right. Our people know something is afoot. We can delay no longer, not without looking foolish. And how foolish will you look for wrong? A stranger arrives saying she's our queen reborn, to have been unwilling to kill her inside for such a claim, so I've already validated it. I make no apology for bringing her from Antrim. No one is asking you to. Here she is. Hello, my silence, Majesty. On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I apologize for the scrutiny we've had you under. Not at all, my wife. It's strange for me as well to have lived another life since I last stood here. I can't pretend it hasn't changed me, that I wasn't this person, so restless, so frustrated, always longing, always groping for truth I couldn't see until now. It's a relief to be among you again, Shall we start?" They followed me to gather around a table. In the center of the room, where a naked woman shivered, amidst a nest of vibrant night runes, restrained only by the words of the one who placed her there, who offers this body I do. "Your Majesty, she is from my personal reserve, and has fed none but me for 7 years. I recognize the sacrifice. My storm, and I thank you." I met the woman's wide eyes begging for mercy. The others watched me close as if to spot some tell, some lingering twinge of humanity, and seemed to settle when I spoke the words. They recognized this is a holy thing, an ancient rite. When those of a pack gathered us up from one body, one beating heart, one blood, one secret shared in silence. It is how we lasted the reign of man when prey was scarce and discretion was survival. And now, it is how we affirm our bond as brothers and sisters. Maker and maid, joined forever by the blood, joined by the blood. I looked down at her again and loosed my fangs. Let us drink, but before my teeth had touched her skin, a blur of motion crossed my vision, to bury something cold and sharp in my flesh. In the astonished silence that followed, I looked down to see the angry fists still wrapped tight around the metal spike, then lifted my gaze to the face of my attacker. "Samya, what have you done now?" Vidusha the axe take her head. But the wife made no move. No one did. Not even my would-be assassin, who could only gape confused. As I gently touched her trembling wrist and slowly pulled the spike from my chest. "Cobalt, Samira, it's cobalt. Not silver, fake silver. Medusa, you gave me fakes. I'm sorry. Sister, I couldn't let you harm her. You're a fool, she's an imposter. Your bellow detain the shadow. No move, no. Let go of me, don't touch me. She's nasty, she's an imposter. You fool, no, don't touch me like her nails. Prepare the silver, you sure you want to withhold her sentence until Kursion's return? It would lack legitimacy without a quorum. Besides, we're family. I'd hope she wouldn't go through with it. Me too. The loss of a loved one is a pain I can't seem to escape." She turned to me and lingered on my face, as if searching, then returned her gaze to the corridor, careful to hide the flicker of doubt that had begun to creep into her eyes. "Yes, Majesty," and I nodded quietly to myself, knowing that there were doors yet to unlock. September 5th, 2044. I took my breakfast in the forest this morning. Watched from behind tinted windows as the prisoner was cut loose to flee into the underbrush. I waited another 20 minutes in the car before I stepped out to calmly shed my clothes and go in after her, surrendering to my hunger, letting my body find the familiar shape of a lioness. It wasn't long before I found my prey, cowering on the ground. She tripped on a tree root but wasn't injured. So I paused, waiting for her to get up to try to get away. But she didn't move, just stared as if resigned to her fate. How long has she been? It shouldn't be much longer. Your Grace, perhaps it should, Majesty. Hello, your robe, Mom. Thank you, and you? How was the hunt, Mom? Do you happen to know if they're told? Sorry, ma'am, the prisoner's chosen for this. They told it's the Queen who will be chasing them. Not as a matter of course, I wouldn't think. Check with the gamekeeper. I don't want them to know. Have him what? Their minds, if you must, yes, Your Majesty. Walk with me, your troublesome inquiry, Mom. Quite the contrary. They give up much too easily when they work it out. I'd rather they didn't. I'd rather they were trying in earnest to escape. Ah yes, very, very sporting of you, ma'am. But I trust you didn't hike halfway into the mountains just to ask how my breakfast was. No, ma'am. You wanted to know when she's here. I'm pulling into the harbor just now. I'm told, shall I call a car for you? No, no. We'll let her settle in. I don't want to overwhelm her. Her name is Kursion the Moon, youngest and most inquisitive of her siblings. She's been away since before I arrived, quelling distant rebellions and charting the world the impact gave us. She's not like the others. A constant outsider, quiet, careful, keeps her cards close, Even I don't quite know how she. Take it seeing me. Carson, welcome back. Bella, it's good to see you, sister. You as well. I was worried it would be her. Oh, she's more carried than this. She would not force you to process it in public. Is it really her though? You will not think so to look at her. This English redhead, well then you will feel it. What's that, your hair stranded on hand? Stranger can have power too. Hello, power only proves she's dangerous. Yes, I thought so too. Spent those first few weeks wondering what sort of creature she really was, until I spoke to her about what? Tonight some 2,000 years ago, when my heart still beat. The shape of the moon, the smell of the air. The name she whispered, she remembers things, Gershon. Things a stranger would not. Smera was less impressed to take it. She hid her plots well. Might have seen it through if not for Viducius. Change of heart. The wife is that convinced, convinced at least that she didn't want Samira tequila. Beyond that, well, it's complicated. I'm sure finding your lover in a stranger's body. Some might say extraordinary, perhaps. What, tell me, Kersha, you circumnavigated the globe. Did you see the sun even once? I did not. Then you have to ask yourself, what coming back from the dead for a second time even be the most extraordinary thing she's done? Your room, sister. I hope it says you remember. If anything is, it will be an adjustment. I can pretend at once. 5 months later, I'll be also finding out a way. But do give it time, I'm around if you want to talk to her. Thank you, Bella. None of though. Your door. Leave it for the porters. Get some rest. All right, time to unpack. It's open. Hello, Kirsch. You dropped your yes, sorry, yes. How was your voyage? It was, illuminating. Majesty, how so? Too many ways to count. It's a new world. Come here, let me look at you. My moon always circling the earth in one way or another. You may speak freely, Kirshen. Trust me, this will go much quicker if you do. Have you possessed this body? No. What happened? The first vampire retires one morning, 20-something years ago. Not knowing it was the day fate would catch up with her. As for the shape it took, well, you can say there are so many ways to perish in that vulnerable state. Too many ways. Perhaps it was an earthquake. Perhaps a landslide, perhaps some bold hunter trancing upon her resting place. It hardly matters in the end. She'd made arrangements. And so a girl is soon born in England. She grows up knowing love and loss. And as if by instinct alone, finds her way back to the choice. Back to the dark, only to find that she's been there before. It was your plan to be reborn. Have I ever left anything to chance? You never told us to expect this. There's much I don't tell you. I don't understand. It's all right. I'd be unsettled if you didn't poke at it. Your siblings questioned me for weeks. I'm sorry I wasn't here. Everyone in their own time. And Samra, I'd have given her all the time she wanted. Sadly, she'd made up her mind before I could. What's to become of her though? That's up to you. Me and your siblings, why? Because she is your sister. And I suppose I don't trust my feelings on the subject. And you trust us. Who else? You are the jewels in my crown, glocked from the dust of history to rule beside me. Whatever you decide to do with Samra, it will be right, I'm sure of it. As you wish. Then there's something different about you, though. Some new wrinkle. What did you see out there? Too much to tell in one sitting. Then I'll be glad to call this the first of many. It's good to have you back. You too, Majesty. There's something she's not saying, something moving behind her eyes. I can feel it radiating from her like a fever, but I won't press. I don't want to lose another one, not after Samira. It was good of you to visit Kesh. How could I stay away? The others manage well enough. I don't understand. Could you not have simply words played along, given it time? She's not my Queen Katya. Best to be a vote on your fate, sister. Now that I've returned, I bet there is. She's clever, I'll give her that. You think it's a test? I think she's keen to know what exactly. Each of you stop, perhaps you, especially you, should bear that in mind when casting your vote. I'm not afraid to speak for you. My guilt is already settled. Why waste your capital of my sentence? Because you once spent yours on me, you should go. The silver in my veins is making me die. I will visit again, sister. She should die on the eve of the sacred holiday. And what does it say to the faithful who have come to celebrate Darks and Victor? That we have yet to prosecute an attempt on Her Majesty's life. Bella is right, our sister Kursion is home. We have a quorum. The time has come to resolve this ugliness once and for all. Even so, it is not our way to execute sibling. Oh, fuck our way. She tried to kill her in front of us all. Samira is a high anointed one. She's a traitor. Acronius, she would not be the first of our rank, or defied Her Majesty's will, and the precedent for such a thing is set. It is not the final death, it is entombment, and is being locked in oneself for eternity, really a more desirable fate than annihilation. It is a more reversible on at least right. And what is the virtue of a reversible sentence? In the case of an attempted regicide, can it really be called regicide? If she doesn't believe it is the Queen, are we back to this? Then let us speak. Your Carson wasn't here and I deferred to your judgment. I trust you looked into it. I'm not saying you were wrong, only that Samira believed she was doing right by her Queen, however misguided she may be. Can we not at least take her intent into account? Brothers and sisters, please. I beg you, please. The world is watching. We, more than anyone else, must take this offense seriously. Honor no one while we are talking in circles, right? Let's try one last head count, shall we? On the question of executing our sister Samira, a yes affirms her death, and no being a vote for her indefinite interment. Yule, yes. Acronius, no. Bella, yes. Caution, no. Right, no change. Are you really gonna make me decide this? Oh, you're leader of the council. Fine. Samira is to be entombed, then you can't really. Yes, I can. The council has spoken. Majesty, what brings you to the library? I'm full on blood. Now I thirst for wisdom. Glad to hear it, Mom. Shall I pull the research materials you've been looking over if you could? Of course, Majesty. I was thinking lately of a parable my mother used to share. Oh, she'd speak of two lions dwelling in the hearts of all of us, called justice and mercy. Rather like the story of Segment, I suppose, sir. I take it you heard the news that Samira is to be entombed. I hope you weren't offended that my vote heard on the side of mercy. Should I be? No, Majesty. I only look forward to a time when those who stray might be brought back to the fold. Like Amsu, he was a fine member of the council, Mom, and a brilliant architect. Perhaps he will be again one day, when your Majesty wills it. Do we have any of his papers? Answers, no, Majesty. I believe they were all either destroyed or buried with him. Why? No reason, if you'll forgive my curiosity. What sort of librarian would you be without it? All of the ancient texts and old maps, it's hard to shake the feeling that you're looking for something. When am I not? I'll leave you to it. Thank you. My mystery, Vegeta. Caution. I'm sorry, dear sister. I've been meaning to catch up properly. Not at all. I can imagine how busy you must be. I just wanted to say that it was the right choice to spare Samira. Just in case I didn't say that. I hear Her Majesty came to see you. She did, yes. What did you think? Her strange, her hair, her skin, her voice also new. So new that you think to yourself it can't be. Something about her feels so, yes. I don't know, familiar. That's quite poetic. Kursion, did she fuck you? Well, it's not like it's never happened, but never without your participation, right? No. Of course, I apologize, that was hard of me. No way to speak of all makeup. Do you ask because you think, is she not herself? In private, I mean in private. Oh gosh, I knew her face so well, every freckle I knew it like truth itself. Immutable, untouched by time. I can't tell you how hard I've stared at this new face, how desperately I've searched it, but just kept me at a distance. Would that it was unlike her to do so, as often as she's vanished into the wilds for years. A little more than a whim, you think I could find some solace in the excuse that she's been another person for the last 20. Vidikya, you saying she hasn't, it's a new body. It wants what it wants, still, you're the wife. Kasha, really, let's not pretend her affections weren't fickle. We both know better, now if you'll excuse me. I should probably explain why. I've spared the woman who tried to kill her. Majesty Vidusha, may I come in? Of course it's the council's library too. I can see you deep in your research. I won't keep you, I just wanted to apologize. She spent an eternity locked inside herself. I'd hardly call it a light sentence. It could have been heavier. The vote was tied. I broke in favor of entombment. And I'm sure there was wisdom in your thinking. It wasn't a test, Vidusha. There's no right answer. I left it in your hands because I trust you. Yes, good. Thank you, Your Majesty. Was there something else? No, Majesty. I've taken up too much of your time. Vidusha, it won't be resolved by going unsaid. It's a hard thing, Majesty, for your truest love to vanish for so long, that you worry she's perished, returning only to shun you from her bed. Not for a night or a week, but months. Who wouldn't wonder if she was the person you remember? As if it's that easy to convince you who I am. It might have been easier. Are you really so different from the woman you were the night we met? I can hardly remember her. I remember. The diplomat's daughter, draped in her finest silks, quietly eyeing the party, like it was a puzzle she was trying to solve. I felt you watching me. Everyone was watching you. Not like you. You saw me. Made me feel like I wasn't dragged in anything at all. I saw the wheels turning behind your eyes, that cutting intellect sharp as a diamond. I couldn't believe anyone would damn someone like you to wet. That tedious shit of a proposal, I damned myself to it. He was the practical choice, see, always the pragmatist, always questioning. How many nights did I sleep into your room, How many mornings did you wake convinced it was a dream? That felt like a dream, intense, surreal, gone before sunrise. Like you've never been there at all, and on the night before your wedding. I finally told you, why didn't I? I showed you what I was. And you wanted me to kill you right there. I cannot be his wife, you said. So I asked, will you be mine? Yes, and even then, naked and shivering in my arms, as I drank the last warmth of life from you. Even then you did not believe I was real, did you? I hope you were. Well, I'm as real today as I was then, my dear wife. Impossible as it might seem. Why have you kept me at arm's reach? I was giving you the space to see me. I know this body is unfamiliar to you. I only care that it's yours. Good, it gladdens me to hear it. A new majesty. What about me? What's it like to press new skin so close against someone so familiar? Does that shape fit like you remember? Does yours want as it did? It wants what I want. Are you take me to your chambers? No, I will take you here and the library. What if someone comes in? They will know better than to interrupt. You can't force trust. You can't be chased down like a rabbit in the forest. It can only be given, and so it takes a different sort of hunter. A different sort of hunt. It takes patience. That of a lioness in the tall grass, waiting and watching, letting her prey drift close, because only the thing that comes to you by choice can ever truly be yours. I'll take her. Yes, Your Grace. Are you sure it's wise to be seen chatting with the convicted assassin on her way to get buried? Whatever else you are, Samira, you are still a high anointed one. I've never been stayed. No, not in all my years. I didn't know that you have, just the once. Those order of the old Fox Marie back in the 1800s. It's not as bad as you'd expect. Don't protect me, sister. If you're lying, I'm about to find out. It's terrifying, but first, being suddenly paralyzed, you'll never have felt so helpless, I see. But then your mind retreats into itself. Time becomes sort of meaningless, and one day someone pulls the stake out. Bring her here, Carson. Don't make a scene, sister. This is a mercy. Take it as such, and you will be back one day. Thank you, Carson. You may take your seat. Hello, Felicia. I'm sorry for this, Samira. This is a solemn day. Today we reckon with a great sin. A sin which has poisoned the city for months now and must finally be purged. A sin called doubt. We all had doubts when this woman came to us claiming to be our queen. We all had doubts, but our sister had more than doubts. She had plans, secret plans, plans to spill the blood. Her heart was closed to the miracle. And I must confess, part of me admired her conviction. Keep your backhanded praise. She was to be staked and entombed, a terrible fate, and yet somehow inadequate, for mine was the deciding vote. And it was colored by doubt. I wish I could say it was mercy. But it was doubt I was hedging, refusing to see the miracle. Forgive me, Your Majesty. Always my wife, but I see her now, she who conquered death and moved the cosmos. She whose blood made the new world, and every immortal who stands here today. She made us all, and she deserves better than doubt. Give me the axe. What are you doing, Samira Thebes, shadow of the queen, born of the first blood? By a vote of 3-2, this council of full bears finds you guilty of treason against the Eternal's throne, and by her authority sentences you to the final death. You're a fool, Medusa. Sleep lost, dear sister. Let this be an example to all who doubt. Our queen has returned. Long live the queen. Long live the queen. Long live the queen. She was to be entombed. The vote was cast, and the last vote was mine to change that display. It was Barbara's and Vidusha. A public beheading for a royal silent. A high anointed one. An example had to be made. They're putting her head on a pike. She put her own head on a cushion. How can you be so callous? She was our sister. She was a traitor and assassin. She was also the oldest and first among you. Majesty, Persian is right, my wife. The shadow was one of us. See that her body is respected as such, and burned in accordance with our traditions. Majesty, I was moved by your speech. Truly I was. It was a stirring point, but it's been made. Now we must show why we're more deserving to rule than the ones we feed upon. Yes, Majesty, give me a moment with Carson. Won't you? Of course, she means well. Samira didn't deserve that. Samira plotted my demise. Yes, she is gone now, and it is sad, but the one who made you survives. I hope you can take comfort in that. Yes, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I understand how you're feeling. She was a friend to you back when you were the new one. Took you under her wing, held Ferdusha's scorn at bay. You're surprised, I remember. No, I know how unsettling this is better than anyone. I thought the winter wanted to kill the queen, and when the truth began to surface, I thought I was losing my mind. I tried to expel it like it was a demon. But of course I couldn't, and in the end I understood why. And if I can, so can you, Your Majesty. Anya, what is it you're needed at the palace? An intruder, yes, Majesty. I found him hiding in your wardrobe. Has you been notified he's on his way? The guards are holding the intruder where we found him. In here, yes, Your Majesty. And here's the tricky part about waiting. In the tall grass. It's not always in your control. He gets close. Well, Majesty. He says I know who he is. Hello, Felix. Hey, Darth. Headaches no more than usual. Is it bad? Honestly, I'm not seeing any change. I don't think you have anything to worry about. Nosebleeds don't have to do with aneurysms, but not your kind of aneurysm, you sure? But those bleeds can have to do with hypertension. You still checking your blood pressure, taking your pills? Yeah. Then I suspect this particular nosebleed had more to do with getting punched in the face. I didn't think she hit me that hard. I'm surprised she let you in the ring at all. Why? Is exercise bad? No. Exercise is good. Actually, I just know how protective she is of you. I haven't told her no seems a bit of a pile on no. The world's ending, your sister's an evil vampire queen. Oh, and your girlfriend has a bomb in her brain. It's not a bomb. Just a bulge that could go off at any time and hasn't. Might never have even found it. If not for all the follow UPS and your injuries. Ram and trim. Who knows how long you've been living with this? Since Soho, maybe, still thinking it was all the memory blocks. Is that mad? I don't know. Be interesting to study effective. There's psychic powers on the human brain, but I wouldn't know how to tell off. The turf just looks like a bog standard bulge in the anglegrams. I look, you've got our eyes on it. Starts to look riskier than the surgery to fix it. We'll talk. Until then, mind your stress. Stress more stress. At least tell your girlfriend. Before your next boxing match, maybe I will thank you, doctor. August 28th, 2044. Here we are, brand new journal. Haven't been at it since. I filled the last page of my sister's, but Gussie made me promise to get back into the habit after my meltdown, and I've been meaning to. But it's not exactly Paper Smith down here. Thought I'd have to start filling up legal pads. Until Lydia came through with something a bit nicer. For my birthday last week, a soft black leather-bound journal. I've got no idea where she found it. Some awful bartering. Maybe she even got ready to emboss the cover. Hope it says in small gold print. No. Surname. She joked that it was because he charged by the letter. But she knew what she was doing. She wanted it to mean both things. I'm sure, both my name and the promise. Not that it's an unfamiliar pun to me. But it hits different coming from her being her Hope. You realize you're alone down here, right? Hope, hey, sub-level D, I don't think I've been down here since the siege. He's got me clearing out space for medical storage. Yeah, I heard. You know your shift ended like 40 minutes ago, right? Shit, did it. Sorry, I got distracted reading. What is all this? Mostly papers and files from the 50s. Files only is the spy stuff. If you have frozen astral projection counter spy stuff. Really, I was the 50s. Anyway, feels like the closet they stick the weird ones in. What was that one you reading? Oh, it's just Project Aquifer. Yeah, apparently there's, like, the sacred spring under a Friarian Guernsey. Investigating anomalous properties and potential medical applications. The waters have these healing powers. MI6 investigated a magical spring. Well, the Ministry of Defense. But yeah, after it cured a paralyzed war veteran. Stories go way back though. I mean, look at this list of conditions. Stuff is cute, yeah. Epilepsy, plague, Horus anxiety. I think I keep reading consumption. Stroke catatone. Vampirism. Lydia. What if you could bring her back? What make a human again with magic water? These stories go back to the Middle Ages. Well, yeah. So the Sleeping Beauty, the soldier fought in Normandy. It wasn't a fairy tale. He was paralyzed below the waist. A glass of water from the spring, and he was on his feet the next morning. No one can figure out why. My sister's not a paraplegic. She's nothing less out of the ordinary than healing spring waters. What? I've only seen rules break the other way. You know, bad miracles, not good ones, yeah. I guess it just felt like fate. You know, to happen across it like that. Like a story tell later. I was just cleaning out my closet, and I've heard. It's sweet that it's on your mind. I just wish I could help you do help, thanks. Come on. 90 blackouts in 10. Let's catch the lift before we're stuck. Down here, of a choice but knowing great life. Wait up on my options. Is it like a one-song playlist? I have it on repeat. Wouldn't you rather save your battery? The power won't be off that long. It could be out for good for a. We know fine, but I'm here now. You don't really think that, do you? What? They all go forever. Not forever, I mean. We get some of it from Geo someone. But who knows, no more movie nights. No, what would we even do? You could read me some more intelligence reports about sea serpents. I thought it was interesting. I know, I'm sorry. I could sing Please Don't. Swipe past okay. Where are you when you got sick for me too? It's here right. Okay, I'm coming in right here. I'm here now, haha. But I'm here now right here. See that one wasn't long at all. Hey, well, turn the light back off. Why, I don't know, I like the candlelight. I thought you hated scented candles. It's the combination, the apocalypse. You take, we can get sandalwood, lavender. Birthday cake. There's something weird in the mix, but the light is nice. Maybe you're just sick of looking at my face. Yeah, you're pretty ugly. There's something I love you. What, I said I love you? Wow, well, I mean, I've said it before, as friends. How can you tell the difference? It was before we're together. Maybe I snuck a real one in under the radar. You didn't, how do you know? Because I do. Well, that's just a circular, I love you too. What, you thought I was dodging it? Kinda. I can't believe you said it first. I mean, you're gonna be so tedious about this, yeah. But only to win arguments. I retract mine. What were you gonna say, I interrupted you before. You were gonna tell me something, oh, just so I should probably try to get some sleep. I have to early shift tomorrow. Do you need the bed to yourself? No, stay. Gussie was right. There is strength in the strength of others. The more open I am, the more I feel the weight of winter lifting. The anger and the grief, only one part remains. The hardest part to ignore, this feeling like this. Something else I meant to be doing. Still strange voice waiting for me, in the quiet moments when I shut my eyes, rise and shine nugget. Hey, it's you. Get your swimsuit on, the sea is calling your name. See, you hear it right. For in her wake comes the hope of spring. It's not a name now, it's a promise. What do you want from me? Go to her and do what? What is required of you? Who are you? Why do you come to me like this? Like what? Looking like people I know? I'm not sure. But it's funny, isn't it? What is, that you can see it in everyone but yourself. See what? Oh, I don't understand. Open your eyes. You've got work to do. Oh, Lydia, she sorry. I'm blind, are you guys just I'm just going to the loo, okay? Lydia, go back to sleep, I'm fine. I don't like lying to her, but at the end of the day, there are questions no one here can answer, questions that have been annoying at me since I laid eyes on that dark hound in the snowstorm. English. Ghost stories are full of ghostly black dogs. Moments of impending doom. Usually, my sister knew this. When she first saw it out on the moors, it haunted her in the days before her turn. For me, it meant something else. It meant there was someone else who knew exactly how I felt. I know you're in there. I saw you. Come on, I have to talk. Please. Didn't occur to me that I had anything to be afraid of until the door swung open. Hello. Come in, Hope. Doug Raven. She said she was going to the loo. I'm going to kill her. Where is she gone? The camera showed her taking the road to Dartwold. Shit. A veil. I thought you said she was doing better. She was Lydia. She was, because you're not doing her any favors by not. She was doing better. She just what? She told me she loved me tonight. You don't think it was like a goodbye? No. She's just blowing off some steam at 2 a.m. Hey, I will bring her back, okay? I'm sorry. I would have come sooner. I didn't know you'd survived. Barely. For all the good surviving has done me. You felt it, did you? What happened to Fenner when your sister killed her? I'm so sorry, all of you, to come here. Is it the one person in all the world whose death would mean anything to the one who murdered my maker? Is that why you're following me? You want her to know what it is to lose someone it's impossible to ignore. Swagger with which you've been moving through the world, as if defying every monster you encounter to end you. You're not a monster, you're a good man. You don't know me as well as you think. I know you saved my life for strategic reasons. Nor do you regret it. To you, I did, until I realized I wasn't alone. Lucky you, it's a start at least, but I'd be lying if I said I knew where I fit in all of this. You say that as if there must be an answer. As if it was all some masterfully cut puzzle, and every piece it's planned. Not a shattered window, the prophecy was a lie. There is no order, only chaos, you can't unbreak what's broken. And what if you could what? Unbreak what's broken. Have you ever heard of the town going the other way? The other way from vampire to human, is that why? You come, you want to know if there's some way to save your sister from herself. What is that? There have always been stories. As long as there's been vampires who regret, and humans who miss them, a potion, an elixir, the gentle touch of a saint, and they are just that, stories. There is no undoing what's done. There is no coming back from what we are. I came to see you to commiserate. I came to talk to the only person who really knows how I feel. I saw her, Darcy, when, after I shipped the bloodhound, I'd gone into town to lick my wounds. When I felt my maker leave the world, I didn't know what had happened until I heard the rumors. The winter child was the reborn queen, and she was coming home. You waited for her. I was there when she stepped off the boat, hiding amongst the onlookers who gathered to capture a glimpse, with an axe under my cloak, and what happened? She sends me, paused on the ramp, looked up to find my face in the crowd, locked eyes with me and put her voice in my head. And what did she say? I see you, you didn't go through with it. She's my son, my blood. We're not wired for such things. No, we're not. They're the worst part. Somewhere beneath all the suffocating pain, there was this morbid flicker of pride. That she'd finally found her place. Yeah, I get that. I felt it too. Long live the queen. Would killing her end it? She can't be killed, and you tried. I was mad with grief. I'd never have gotten within striking distance. Why not? Because she is the queen, wreathed by mountains and walls and preceptors' guards, council members, and if you had gotten close, she'd still be the fastest, most powerful vampire that ever lived. How powerful? I'm not sure what you told me once, that the cloud should have cleared by now, that something was holding them in place. Yes, and would killing the queen stop it? Would it end the winter? If anything could, I should go before they send a rescue party. It was good to see you. I'm glad you made it. Even if you're not, likewise, you should be more careful out there. I will. You're not alone either. Thank you for stopping by. Rook's words felt like rain on my mind, watering some itchy germ of an unthinkable thought that have been tucked way down since the moment my sister left, now finally starting to take root and show its shape, growing to such distraction that I didn't see the patch of black ice. I lost traction, spun out. I was fine, but the bike was shot. I'd have to walk it back to the castle, and it was some time later when I felt it. A quiet weight of a watchful gaze. Hello. Who's there? And you're dead. Jesus, and help me that quick, that's easy. Some shade looking to make a name for himself and feast on the queen's sister. You fucking scared me well. Thank God something still does. I thought I'd be back before anyone. Well, you weren't. You've got Lydia Pace go rot on the floor. She's awake. Who do you think was the first to notice? She wasn't sure you were coming back. You know what? Yeah, she thought. I love you might be your way of saying goodbye. No, well, I don't know what you expect. Hope it's how you've been acting, like you're done. I know, but you're not just Darcy's fucking sister. You know you are family to other people. I know. You know, I do, but it's not what this is. I promise. What is it? What are you doing out here? I saw a dog, a black dog. And you thought it was him, it was Rook. How do you? No, I just spoke with him to Rook. Yes, that's where you were, that's why I left. Why didn't you tell me? I thought I'd sound mad. I didn't know I wasn't. I'm sorry, I know I've been a mess. I don't know. I've had this feeling like There was something I could do about it, something. I didn't want to admit to myself, there's not. Some things just can't. There is though. I know what it is now. I know what I have to do. You want to kill your sister. It's the last thing I wanted to do. But you've read the climate reports. What's happening out there? It's not natural. It's her. You really think you can fight that kind of power? I'm the only one who can fight it. The prophecy, it's a fact. Hope, what did she say when I ran to her? An antrim. You told me to keep back, but what did she say? She's my sister. I'd never hurt her. I'd never hurt her. She's always protected me. Even now, as she's destroying the world, she protects me. Penelope, for the first time in how many thousand years, the queen has a weakness. We can't rush in. We need time. We don't have it. You expect me to let you just light off into the... Try and stop me. This is madness. No, it's hope. Your name is a promise. You told me that once. I have to do this. And there is no one in the world I'd rather have fighting at my side. But I'm not gonna wait for you. And Lydia, how will you explain it to her? She was right, but I was saving that part for last. So I laid a blanket out atop the ramparts, under the slate gray sky, and waited for her to join me. Are we supposed to be up here? I thought we could have a little picnic on the castle wall. Why not? Sandwich, what kind? Prosciutto, cheese, mayonnaise, butter, and crisps, sour cream and onion, of course. And I thought the kitchen was out. Well, I found a box on my latest supply run, and I've been hiding them in my closet. I'm still mad at you. I know I don't think you know what it's like in my head. I do. I try to. And the risks are bad enough on a normal day. When you've actually got someone watching your back. When you sneak out alone, I know. I'm sorry. What are you looking for out there? I'm not looking. I found it. Think it was always there. I've just been telling myself it wasn't. I couldn't bear the thought of it. You're going after her, aren't you? Your sister. It has to be me. LED. You're not doing this alone. No, Penelope's coming too. All right, so when are we leaving? We. You're not the only one who's seen the worst of what's out there. I know, and I meant it when I said I love you. I did too. So are we really gonna fight about it? No, I did. Say it first though. Shut up and bust the crisps. I've been hesitant to share the burden it feels. I don't know, like too much to ask anyone to carry. But then I think of her, my sister, always leaving parts of herself behind. One by one, me, Felix, everyone. Until there was nothing left but the voice in her head. Maybe that's how it happens. Maybe that's how the darkness wins. By separating you from your herd, your family, from the people you love, from the reasons you fight. Maybe, I don't know, but I choose a different path. Hello, Felix. Hey, Darth. I told you not to follow me. Yeah, I know. I said you don't belong here, Majesty. Are you all right? Perfectly fine. Thank you. You're holding him in her bed chamber. You sent word to contain the threat. Your Grace, yes. In a fucking self, get him out of here now. Yes, Your Grace. That won't be necessary, Majesty. I'll handle this, ma'am. I'm afraid protocol dictates that. I said I will handle it. Leave us, all of you. Yes, ma'am. You heard her move now out. I know it's a surprise to see me. I know that you didn't want me here. If there's any part of you that resembles the woman I love, then you know why I couldn't. I couldn't stay away without at least. Well, okay, that was unexpected. What the fuck are you doing here, Felix? Have you completely lost your mind? I'm a little girl. I don't care. I want you here. You come on. I thought you at least could have had some idea what I was doing. I did, yeah. He could walk me through it. Leave it, Felix. Leave it, just leave it. Go away, y'all. Oh, I've missed you. How long has he been in there? A few hours now. I was doing what? I don't know. You don't know. Oh. Would you like me to speculate? You're her spy master? Indeed, her spy master, not yours. You don't think it's in your interest to What persuades your petty jealousies? To know who's broken into Her Majesty's palace. I know it's her Zion, and that she wished to be alone with him. What more is there? This righteous ignorance is really quite the Hawaii act. For a royal intelligence, and what would you have me do? Vidushahum, spy on my own queen really? That boy spent months in the care of that treacherous Irish cunt, so did our new queen apparently. This is a private conversation. Caution, all right. Then you should keep your voices down. Oh, come and caution him. What's your opinion on deploying the Illyrian god to Her Majesty's bedchamber? I'll come back. No, it's quite a high-level matter. Viduja here worries the queen might need rescuing from a boyfriend. Do not call him that. If we've seen our ways of trusting her, I see no reason why we can't extend the same courtesy to those she trusts. Well said. You see, what did you need caution? The fire is ready. I'll be down shortly. Come down for Lucia. Must we go through this every time Her Majesty turns someone on? Smirk all you like, but a man got past you tonight. Past you and into the palace. Let's hope he's the only thing that has. So, yeah, that was nice. Not too loud. I don't know, was it? Well, I wasn't. It's fine. The guards won't burst in to drag me away. No, they won't bother me. How in God's name did you pull this off doors? Which part? Fooling them all. Well, I have her memories. Whose memories? The Queen's still. Yeah, but how the deck is gone. I don't know, there's just this there was this moment back in Andrew. When you were in the black. Yeah, she was. She was trying to possess me or something, but it didn't work. I fought her off. And I saw, everything. Her whole life I saw that. She's hidden herself away in some kind of slumber. All her powers focused on the task of holding the clouds in place. Jesus, I couldn't sense where she was. But when I realized that even her Scyllans didn't know. You saw an opening. I thought she'd be easier to find. From inside her own life. Thought I could pick up a trail any luck. I'm working on it. I didn't think I'd be here this long though. I'm sorry. I'm just glad you're okay. Did Finona, she always talked in general about the possibility that I'd have to kill her, but it happened so fast. I just woke up and you're always there taking heads. I don't know why. I hope she knew. She did. If you talked about it at all, I'm sure she did. She was clever. Yeah, she was. What would she tell you to do now? Darth, after months in the trenches, no ground one. I can't run away, Felix. I'll never get this close again. To what, Darth? If it's a dead end, it's not. It's her life, Felix. Her house, the book she read, the people she was closest to. And she didn't even tell them where she was going. There's something here though. How do you know? I feel it pushing against me, like holding the same ends of a magnet close together. She can push you, she can't control me. It takes too much out of her to try, so she's doubled down on speeding the winter along. But you can control what you see. She hides what little she can. If she thinks it's important to hide. And the rest is just in my head. I don't even have to shut my eyes. How's it work? I don't know. The wife asks me what she was wearing the night we met. And I tell her it's that easy, like the color of my bedspread back in Chelsea. It's just there. That doesn't get confusing. You know, keeping them in separate piles, it can. But I know who I am in the end. Yeah, I can tell. You look good. Do I? How so? I don't know. Strong, sure of yourself, more at peace than I think I've ever seen. Maybe it's just seeing you after 6 months. Nah, it's more than that. There's something I should tell you. Okay, I slept with someone. The wife, yeah. No, it makes sense. I wondered about that. I didn't want to. I've been avoiding it. But she was growing suspicious. It was coming to a head. I am DOS, don't worry about it. I feel like shit though. What? I didn't convince her. Hard to say why. What happened? Well, she sort of took off someone's head and screamed. Long left the queen. No, that tracks roughly how I felt after I first go, and I'm being serious. It's fine, Darth. I can't imagine what it's been like for you. Alone out here, whatever you've had to do to survive. And glad for it. I missed you. I missed you too. Whose head did she take off? The wife. Oh, another council member executed for plotting to assassinate me. Oh, some were more fooled than others. Oh, well, one less to worry about, right? A blessing and a curse she was. The oldest of them, no telling what secret she's taken with her. Speaking of I should get dressed. They're gonna burn the body soon. You're attending your own assassin's funeral. I insisted on having one. My absence would be noticed anyway, I'm sure. My behavior's already raised enough eyebrows tonight. Should I like hide or something? No, I was actually gonna say. It might be better if you were seen. It'll only make it worse if it looks like I'm hiding. You should go explore. Are you sure? Yeah. Come here, sit me. Darth, I don't want to do anything that might blow your cover. Think of it this way. They look at you and they see one of two things. Either you're a silent of the reborn queen, with nothing in the world to fear, or you're not. And I was fucked from the moment I first got here, okay? So no pressure or anything. Relax. You've got this. Do you not wish to be closer to the firemen? No, I prefer to observe from a distance. How is Cashin? Still frustrated by a Viducious change of heart. I'm sure you know she admired Samira. How long was she away on her voyage? 2 years, was it? Yes, ma'am. Delayed somewhat by the rebellion in the wastes. She put it down, she did, ma'am. And Noriaki seems to have the region under control. Do you feel the moon's being less than gunded? Who'd know she's always been the quiet one? I can pull in here or not, if you're concerned. She know from the moment you do know. Leave Kersey and be besides. I'm sure you've got enough on your plate, with everyone in town for the holiday. Oh, that's all well in hand, Mom. Good. I would like the opportunity to look into the newcomer before he found his way to you. I hope this isn't your way of charging me from my choice and company, my reach only. The ease with which he gained entry to the royal residence, Your Majesty. If you'd like to step up patrols around the palace, that's your prerogative. As long as it's understood that my Zion can come and go as he pleases. Yes, Your Majesty. And your siblings, what's the view on him? Yeah, the wife will behave herself, Mom. I have your assurances as long as he is your leave. You have my assurances. You will waste no thought on it, Mom. What are you doing, hero? Sorry, I'm not allowed. I was just enjoying the view. No, not on this wall. What are you doing here in this city? At the epicenter of all creation? I don't know. Sorry, I'm Felix. Yes, I know who you are really. You think the shade, who breaks into the Queen's bedchamber, has the luxury of anonymity? I certainly didn't mean to have any harm. No, what do you mean, huh? I don't know, I guess I'm a little. Yes, you're exactly that actually. You're little like a mote of dust and hurricane. You do well to remember your place. My place? Yes, your place. You're not part of this life. She left you behind, did she not? Well, yes, she did, but here you are. Why is that? I go where she goes. As simple as that, yeah, I guess. Sorry, I didn't catch your name. You shouldn't send quite some near the edge, Felix. The wines are strong at this time of year. Wow, nice to meet you too. Wouldn't take it to personally, sort of a compliment really. Rise of passage even. Hi, but do you see any bothers to threaten? The ones who intimidate her. That was the wife, yes. How would I intimidate her, Your Grace? My what? How would I intimidate her, Your Grace? A customary form of addressing a high anointed one. Wait, not that I care, but there are those of us who do. U.S. Council members, Your Courtium, the moon, right? Yeah, of course you are. I'm sorry. Your closeness to the Queen intimidates her. Gotta try to keep that in mind. Your Grace, please. I didn't tell you so you could throw it back at me. You don't like it, well, I don't mind it when it's offered. In something other than abject terror, like you think I'm about to hell you. Off the ramparts, how should I talk to you? We could just chat like human beings. No sorry. Yes, of course, this is actually very near the spot. The Doja threatened to push me off after I was turned. Oh, what you done I don't know. She may have been thinking. Her Majesty was keen to fuck me at the time. Oh, or not, you can say. She tends to take every new sign of the Queen as a kind of insult. She's a jealous type one, take it. She's jealous of the ones Her Majesty wants to bed, incandescent at the ones she does bed to. Wonder if lasted this long. It's easy enough, you know. Once you work out who your friends are. How does one do that around here? The enemies of. Your enemies are as good a place as any to start. I have enemies. I don't know, the wife seemed eager to volunteer, right? And that would make you curious. You do fine. We're all outside is at one point or another, right? Just plant your feet and belong where you stand. That I can do. Thank you. You're crazy. Anytime, Phoenix. Really passion, yeah. Why did I fuck off? Is she a psychopath? No. I'm just impressed she's usually so guarded. Even more so since getting back from her voyage. I've barely squeezed a dozen words out of her, yeah. Well, maybe she's just more comfortable mixing it up with us. Slowly shades, well, you are a charmer. Not sure the wife would put it that way. Yeah, might be best to give Vedicera a wide berth. Why, you really think she'd hang on, excuse me. Yes, you are Esther, Your Majesty. I'm not sure I've seen you around, Esther. Are you on my regular household rotation? No, Your Majesty, but at the festivities have made a hash of things in the staffing office. Right, but I can work on another room if you'd rather be. No, you can go home early for the holiday. I won't be needing any more help. Yes, of course. Thank you, Your Majesty. Did you hear her heartbeat? A bit fast racing. It can't be fun being called out by the Queen. Yeah, I was gonna ask if it was normal. Having a human around like that. Not in the palace. Some of the other council members keep a few around as pets of us all. But here they usually confined to downstairs work. Security risk, yeah, they're too easily glamoured. You think she was sent to eavesdrop? It's possible, I'm sure. They're all wondering when it means that you're here. Shit, you're all right, are you sure? I can't even remember what I said. I do, you're fine. I should have come, Darth. I feel it, I'm gonna get you killed. You were right, I was right. I was wrong, Felix. I shouldn't have left you behind. I shouldn't have treated you like a weakness. You're an asset toss. This is proper palace intrigue. I'm not cut out for spy work. Oh fuck, Jeps, and yes you are, it's not trench warfare. It's a chess match, and you are one of the smartest people I know. If it comes to actual blows, well, I can teach you to defend yourself. Are you serious? Look, I've been spinning my wheels for 6 months. Everything I do draws attention. Every question I ask, every book I pluck off the shelf. I need someone who can move around unnoticed. Someone people like Kirshen might actually talk to. Someone who can help me see the big picture. I need you. You're resourceful, disarming, brave. I think if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that I'm your James Bond on Her Majesty. Secret Service and all that. No, does that means a lot to me. It really does, whatever you need. For me, I mean, well, first things first, 007. We need to find you something smart to wear. For the party, what party? The Nox and Victor, that's sort of a vampire holiday. That was as much as you heard. Yes, Your Grace, before she sent me away. Sent you away, wait, she saw you. She did, you guys. Did she recognize you? Only that I hadn't been around before. And what did you say? I just explained that. The Nox and Victor celebration. Had things a bit muddled with stuffing. That's clever. Thank you. All finished with the hair. I am yes. As long as you like it. I do. Immaculate work as always. Thank you, Your Grace. Oh, Esther, you will not be easy to replace. Replace. Have I failed you, Your Grace? No. You've done well. You always do. I'm the one who's failed you, I'm afraid. What? No. Yes, it was profoundly careless of me to use you for this. On such a lark after all. I've told you I'd never betray you. Your Grace. No, I know you wouldn't. Not willingly, at least. But your mind is too weak to hold the secrets I've put in it. You're only human after all. I don't have to be. Your greatest. How sweet, Esther. I'm tempted. Genuinely I am. And not for the first time. I've always planned to. But what can I do now? You're on a radar. Your Grace, my dear, look in my eye. Yes, such pretty eyes, yes. Now listen closely, because I'm gonna feed from you now. But it won't hurt, and won't hurt, that's right. It will feel so nice actually, like the softest kisses. So nice, you not want me to stop. You wouldn't mind that, would you? No, Your Grace, I'm yours. That's my girl, so yeah, supreme, yes, yours. I'm going to the party. Have this mess cleaned up by the time I'm back. Yes, yours. Oh, and inform the steward that I'll be needing a new hair. Girl, a vampire holiday. The biggest one actually. Why, what's the celebrating? What's the date? September 6th, 7th. Wait, yeah, they celebrate the day the comet hit. They do. Ben at it before it hit actually. Before it hit how? They knew it was coming, right? And the humans down there. They're a bit like waiters, or dads. Majesty, there you are. Almadusia Felix, this is the wife we've met briefly. Majesty, I wonder if we might speak in private. Of course, Felix, yeah, I'll just go mingle. I'm surprised to find you close to the way of giving. All the guests yearning to see their queen. Anyone who wants to see me need only look up. Yes, I suppose so. Was there something you needed? Just to let you know that I was grateful for the attention you paid me in the library. It was deeply inspiring. I'm glad you thought so. I suppose I'm just sorry we haven't had the chance to talk since then. The execution and the unexpected arrival of your friend. And now, you'd like to know what sort of attention I've paid him. Is that it? Not at all, Your Majesty. But it is interesting how you introduced me. How's that? As the wife, it's your title, is it not? It is Majesty, except when you say it. My reach, my storm, my wife Vidusha, if there's a finer point you're trying to make, just that I hope your friend has a handle on the order of things around here, Your Majesty. Do you, Medusa, Majesty, do you have a handle on it? The order of things. I am queen. You belong to me, my wife. I belong to no one. Isn't that the order of things? Of course, Your Majesty. Wow, wow, wow. It's not what you would say. It's exactly what she'd say. It's what she has said. Every time I'd look askance at some new creature she'd born from the dirt, your passion. Every pattern cannot in between. It's exactly what she'd say to me. You belong to me, my wife. You think he is different. I think she's different when she's around him. I see the way she smiles. The way she looks at him like she's a different person. How she was a different person when she met her. Perhaps she still is. If you have had such doubts when she arrived, I was a slave to my hope nonsense. You're smarter than that. You knew as well as I did that we could not go on holding the world together. With mere rumors of her return, a solution fell into your lap and you indulged it. And if I was wrong too, has she done anything that queen would not? Not necessarily then a difference. That makes no difference, and should she return in earnest, the impostor would be doomed. Seems a cavalier way of looking at it. Bella, is it? Where can she go? What harm can she do? With all eyes fixed squarely on her, the story she tells is either the truth, or it is her prison. I wish I could detach myself so easily. But Her Majesty's always been something more to me. Something you cannot find in her new incarnation. I wanted to. Her body was new, her face was new. But her way, the way she spoke, the way she moved, also familiar, so exciting, were not marred by one stubborn thread of suspicion I could not seal, like a hairline cracking white porcelain. She went to you, didn't she, the night before the execution? She did. I was just like I used to be. She knew me, every part of me. So much like her that when I closed my eyes, it was as if nothing had changed, and for a moment the crack vanished, and I let myself imagine that faith was the answer. But now my sister is dead by my hand, under shade from the life on you, queen left behind, basks in the confidence I waited months to win. Faith isn't enough, Bella. Now I want to know. My sister found strength in solitude, convinced her mission was a burden no one else could share. Her vulnerability best kept her arm's reach. I thought I could do better. Put my faith in the things that made me human. Was it a mistake? It didn't feel like a mistake, not at first, not when we set out for the mainland that morning, pottering across the channel in a ragged little fishing trawler, gossiping teenagers, even as the clouds darkened, like a bruise on the horizon. Come on, I'm just curious. There's not much to tell, really. I've only ever turned to people. Who, though? Do we really have to talk about this? What you don't want to tell her about Anton? He's the one you turned up with, right? The one who tried to bite hope, the very same. How many times you gonna make me apologize for this? Oh, I'm fine. Just a little disappointed in your taste in company. At all, yeah? Well, let's see how picky you are. After 40 years on the run from the likes of Kala, Strata. Yeah, you said to. He was the other one. It's not what I'm talking about. That storm is gonna be on top of us before we reach the mainland, guys. Is that not the mainland over there? No, one of the Channel Islands. Guernsey, probably. Guernsey, really, Lydia? What's so interesting about Guernsey? She read something about a magic fountain, sacred spring. She thinks it might be some way to cure Darcy, not cure, bring her back. Come do her time, but slow down. What do you mean it's just? There's like this tidal island off of Guernsey. It's got this monastery built over, some kind of healing spring. How did you hear about this? From the files in the basement. The intelligence guys did some kind of report on it and didn't find anything. You didn't exactly know about vampires either, though, did they? Come on, it's right there. May as well be asking us to check it out. Let's not keep it waiting. What, seriously? May as well, we need to land somewhere. A fan knew the chart said it was a fan of wave, smashed rock a few hundred meters off the shoreline, just barely tied to the main beach by a ribbon of sand that already looked to be sinking into the rising tide. As we drew near, we circled in the chopping water a few times before we spotted the landing, trysted in the jacks of the little rocky island. I was glad to have my feet on side ground until I saw it. That's the place up there, must be. The dank, haunted-looking medieval monastery perched it up. The craggy hill. You sure we can't find something in the harbor? A nice inn or something, the sandbars? But as I glanced towards the narrowing neck of sand, linking the tiny islet Guernsey, my voice caught in my throat. A blighter pack was surging, full tilt across the sandbar, towards us, reminding me in one sobering instant how long it had been since I'd seen the moon like that. So fast, so determined. Get to the priory, we scrambled in a mouth dash of the steep hill, towards the old gray hole, inside, our lungs already burning from the effort. As we stopped at the threshold, to throw our weight against the thick wooden doors. Come on, let's make sure there's no other ways in. There weren't. The priory was a fortress, thankfully, built to other storms and Viking raids. More than enough to keep the blighters out, for a few hours at least. Still, the pack wouldn't let up, clawing incessantly at the big oak doors, their hunger ringing through the maze of empty halls. As we settled in the refractory, you think they'd have something better to do, It's me they want, we don't know that. But they can't drink Penelope's blood and you'll stop. Did you see how lame they were? Those spiders are too hungry to care whose sister I am. Hope's right, it's an island. There can't be much left in terms of prey, oh God. It's infuriating that they just, everywhere you go. Even islands in the middle of the ocean, they're not as everywhere as it feels like they are. I wouldn't be surprised if the dozen or so out. There was every blighter on Guernsey, still it feels like a lot. Doesn't take a lot of football hooligans to spoil a party, and that's who they used to be. Is it in life hooligans, that's all? Sometimes just folk you were, I don't know, lost somehow. It's hard to say, I think I need to sit down. Hey, are you alright? Yeah, I'm just tired, you should try to sleep. It'll be a few hours before the storm clears. Yeah, and then what? Then we'll slip out the back. I don't know, we've got time. We'll figure it out, come on. Lay down, close your eyes. You'll feel better, I promise, yeah. Yeah, right, I sat for a while, pulling my fingers through her soft blonde hair until she drifted off, curled up on the table like a kitten, with a hunting knife clutched tight in her hand. She asleep, yeah, I don't know how with all the noise. Why you two are up late back in Turkey? How do you vampire hearing shit right? Oh wow, oh right, I'm sorry, it's fine. No, but that's kind of horrible, isn't it? What is, you know? Fooling around in an abandoned army hospital in Turkey, on the way to assassinate your sister, I would admit. I had some concerns that it be a distraction. Having her here, you never mentioned any concerns. They didn't last longer than a moment. There's a light in your eyes that only shines when she's around, everyone sees it. Anyway, these are dark times, Hope. You need every scrap of light you can find. I nodded and smiled to myself at that thought, but the peaceful stillness was soon split by a sound that chilled me to the bone, head snapping to the source. I froze to see it, lighter, crouched over Lydia. I couldn't move, like I was stuck to the ground. Not for long, just an instant, but a million things can happen in an instant. The whole world can change in a single moment. If the comet has taught us anything, it's taught us that. Thankfully though, Lydia was quicker, sinking her knife deep into the back of the wiring. Monster's neck, not enough to sever its fine, but enough to buy her an extra second or two. And she didn't waste it scrambling, freeze, arched and twisted to reach the handle she'd left. Just in from the back of its skull, it was all the chance I needed to get back in the game. Hey, oh Lydia, I'm okay. I don't understand, where'd it come from? Was it hiding here all along? No, I don't think so. Look, the skin's wet, so we checked all the entrances. We should check again. So we armed ourselves and followed the muddy, brighter tracks into the tangled corridors of the prairie, back to the crack in our defenses that the intruder had slipped through, but it wasn't a gaping hole. We might have walked right past it in our first joke. The narrow ground-level window in an old washroom, glass broken out, barely wide enough for one small brighter, or a determined young woman. We could make a run for it. For what, we won't make it to France in those seas. We don't have to get all the way to France. Wait, you said that's going to be every place around Guernsey, right? Yeah, surely the storm surge will have cut them off by now. If we can just get across that 100-meter gap to Guernsey proper, we could ride out the weather in town, out of their reach, and then shove out when the storm clears. Yeah, Penelope, what do you think? If we're gonna do it, we need to hurry before they smell us and wander back here. So we did. We got almost all the way down to the landing before we saw it. Don't tell me that's all about you. Splintered chunks of wood bobbed and drifted in. The angry White House, the remains of our whole dashed against the rocks. A dire turn in our fortunes that we had precious little time to contemplate. They've got our scent, we need to get back inside. We crept quickly up the back side of the rock, careful to stay low in the tufted grass as the path closed on our sin. They still haven't caught sight of us. By the time we've made it back to the washroom window, the time was short, and the window was much too narrow to admit more than one of us at a time. Let you first. And when she was through, I tell myself sideways to squeeze in after quick as I could. Glancing back, I caught a glimpse of the pack now rounding the corner. Just as Penelope was turning to squat, "Hurry, they're coming." She barely cleared the opening before the back building was hungry. Smiling faces and reaching talons, stuck, until the force of their numbers started to push the small ones in. Back into the hole, get the door, the bookcase here. There, that should keep them out. Yeah, you're sure? We'll seal off this whole corridor just in case. The mood seemed to blacken with the weather outside. The unspoken knowledge that we had no way out, now hanging heavy in the air. It's fine, this boat's in the harbor. You can literally see them from here. We'll just cross the sandbar when the storm clears. And you really want to try to raise that pack across 200 meters of sand? That's trying to suck your boots off. Oh God, fuck no. We're not fucked. Not yet. We just can't take any chances with this. We have to work the problem. Maybe there's something around here we can use to get across. Like what? I don't know. Like a gym buggy and a monastery. Where are you going? Just to have a look around? I'll go with you. No, you and Penelope take this wing. I'll check the east wing alone, though I've got the second radio. It's fine. Okay, I'm on channel 1. I felt bad pushing her away, but I worried she'd see it. The fear that still weighed on my mind after her close call, and the shame of my panic. I just needed a moment to shake it off. Besides, she was safer with Penelope. Is she okay? She will be. Come on, let's see what's wrong. Wasn't that one? Not sure. I hear water. Look, here it is. This is all the fuss is about. Let me eat the Danielle. Let me eat the Danielle. Here we go. The well of last resort founded by Joseph of Arimathea, somebody you know just from Bible stories, and king of the legends. Apparently he was marooned here after a storm relay. How did you manage with that? Not well. Says the sailors were all dying of thirst until your mate Joe here, who bled his wrist into the Grail. Really? Wait. Grail? Surely that's not the Holy One I expect. Soham says he said a prayer and poured it on this very spot on outflowed this spring, kept he and his crew nourished for the rest of their stay. Well, it's a good little story at least. How does it taste? I don't know. Normal. You never really think he's got powers, do you? Would it be the weirdest thing in the world? And you're a woman of faith. You don't believe in miracles. No, I do. The thing about miracles is that they're quite rare. This story feels more like a canny bit of medieval marketing. You can't swing a cat in this part of the world without hitting someplace, claiming a connection to the Holy Grail. Yeah. What's wrong, Lydia? Can you have a look at someone who's got something more on their mind? Well, nothingness. That's just an ironic choice of words. Something on my mind. I'm not naive. I knew it was risky to bring her, but the thought of leaving her behind to wait for the day the lights go out forever, the day the winter wins. Nothing felt quite as helpless, nothing that is, until the sight of that brighter her throat found me. Glued to the floor, it was all I could do to push it out of my mind as I scoured the holes for a way off this rock. And soon I found myself in a wide, octagonal room with high stone walls and a wooden floor cleared of the museum replica furnishings, crowding the other parts of the building. Nothing but a yellow top covering something in the corner. I cautiously approached the heap, crossing my fingers for a raft, a jet ski, a gyrocopter, anything that could get us out of here. But under it, I found only brushes and stacked cans of paint thinner. the leavings of some long-forgotten renovation effort, and I was just about to move. On when I paused there, a smirk creeping across my lips as an idea formed. A brain aneurysm. You're serious? No, it's fine though. Just something I would have found after Antrim. He's been keeping an eye on it. There's nothing more he can do as surgery, I guess. But it's risky with the equipment he's got. Gosh, Lydia, I had no idea. It's really not a big deal though. Some people go their whole lives with these things. But this one worries, you know. No, maybe. I don't know. Just don't tell. Hope, please. You have it. I know what you're gonna say. It was reckless of me to come along, and no, I was actually going to ask if you felt okay. Oh. Yeah. No, I feel fine. There's no symptoms. Not physically. Thank you though. For asking. Of course. Is that the real reason? You wanted to check out this spring? Not for Darcy, but for this. Maybe. I'm not actually sure that I was ever thinking of them as being totally unrelated. Vampires and aneurysms, well, I guess. Part of me has been assuming it was Castrata's doing all along. What with all the shit she did to my brain right then. Yeah, I read about this spring and thought, maybe a supernatural sickness has a supernatural cure. God, sounds so stupid when you say out loud. No, it doesn't. A stupid reason to be stuck on a tiny rock. Dozens of hungry blighters and no way out. We'll get out of this. We've dealt with tougher blighters than these, you and I. Hey, we're here. Did you find anything? Well, that depends on what? On how die-hard everyone's feeling tonight. I met them back in the refractory, where I unfolded a tourist map. I found on one of the long tables the turpentines in here, this octagonal room. The prized chapel. How much? Enough to soak the floorboards. Guys, it's perfect. Wood floor, stone walls, if we can get them into it. We can light them all up at once, just like how we did the nest in Manhattan. You're talking about just letting them in. I'm talking about a trap. I'll lead them down the nave and into the chapel. And then what? That room is a dead end. It's not though. See, I can cut through the vestry here. They'll all bunch up in the kill box. All you have to do is shut the door and light the fire, with you stuck in that closet. No, look. It wraps around to a second entrance down here. See, once the fire's set, I can just exit into the corridor. How do we light it? Fuse trail in the nave. You like this plan? See, any plan we've got. So we got to it, dumping whole cans of paint thinner across the floor of the small chapel. All right, you to finish up. I'll try to get a head count from the upstairs window, make sure they've all found their way back to the front. So, are we not gonna talk about how you ran off without me? Back there, it wasn't anything. I just need a second to think. Look, I know I'm not as impressive as you are with all this stuff out here. Is that what you think? Is it not the truth, Lyd? No, the shit you've seen is what's the most could carry. Myself included. You never think so until you have to. Not me. Not that it'll crush me to dust, even just the thought of losing. Hey, nothing's gonna happen to me. You don't understand. I froze, Lyd. I saw that thing and I froze. You won't next time. How do you know? Because I do hope. I've never felt safer than I do with you. When it matters, you won't hesitate. Oh, did you really just swoon? Yes, the fumes, not my weirdly effortless allure. Come on. Let's torch those fuckers. Finally, with the table set, all that was left to do was to see our dinner guests in. So Olivia unlocked the doors and took hold of the ropes, waiting for my signal. When you're ready, Hope. All right, open sesame. They pulled the doors open, quickly tucking themselves behind the oak slabs, as I tend to run. Something was wrong. The pack wouldn't budge. Just stared at me from across the threshold with cold, flinting eyes. Well, come on then, supper time. Was it me? Did they understand who I was? Or had they just sensed the trap? Fuck. Wasn't sure of what to do. My mind raced to find a solution. But it was Lydia who got there first. Hey, the pack perked up at the sight of her. Their muscles coil into charge. Lydia, what the fuck are you doing here? You light the fire. And before I could utter a word of objection, she'd already passed me the matches. She took off like a bullet from a gun. Bolting straight for the Priory's jacket, the pack took the cue like hounds after a fox, stepping in the pool. As she led them into the trap we laid, I could only stand there, helpless to watch them pour into the small room. After the door, hey, get the door. I gaped as the Blythes powered themselves in, not realizing what Penelope had said, until she kicked the door shut behind the last of them. Quick, light the trail. Hang on, Lydia, I have to know she made it through. With shaking hands, I drew a match and swiped across the box to no avail. Fuck. So I tried again and again until it broke. Fuck me, get to dry one. I know. When at last it fled to life, I dropped it and watched the flames slither across the stones. Under the door to the pad trapped inside, the fire barely caught before. I took off towards the transept to meet Lydia almost bumping into her. She exited through the back door of the vessel. Lyd, what the fuck? Where did that even come from? Sorry, Lyd. That was fucking brilliant. I've never seen someone run like that in my life. Really well done, Lydia, thanks. Are you okay? Yeah. You sure? Yeah. My heart is beating so fast I feel like it's gonna what? I don't know, I randomly got this weird taste in my mouth. What kind of taste? I don't know. Sort of sour. Lydia, hold on. Something's wrong, I can't. I saw her legs crumble beneath her and rushed to catch her before she fell. Lydia, what are you? Got here. Lay her down. What's wrong with her? I think it's her aneurysm. Her what? Lydia grabbed my jacket, tightened her face, as if to tell me something important. Frustration pinching her brow like the words were draining out of her aneurysms burst. What are you talking about? What? Fucking aneurysm. Good. Green. Good. The grip slowly loosened as a gaze seemed to come unstuck from reality. For a brow relaxing green as the fight left her mind falling away. Green, what do we do? Her brain's bleeding. What? I know what an aneurysm is. What do we fucking do? Just be with her. Be with her? What does that mean? Lydia, no. Hey, look at me. I love you, Lyd. You hear me, right? Please just blink. If you hear me, God. She didn't blink. Just gazed through me, mumbling sleepily. Lydia, no. Please, no. Don't just stand there gawking at me. Find a first aid kit, find some fucking medicine. There's nothing we can do, Hope. I held her shivering body close as a dark idea slowly formed in my mind. Thirsty, but there's something you can do. I looked up to meet Penelope's quiet gaze and watched her posture tightened like a rope at the weight of my words. Hope, no. First, Thursday. You can save her, you can do it. I can't turn her, Hope. But you'll turn a rat like Anton. She's going to fast, Hope. Then hurry the fuck up and open a vein. Hope, please fuck her. No. And as I did, my heart seemed to crumble inside me. The emotion, the words she couldn't find, still lingered wet on her cheeks. But the thought was gone. Just gone. It's too late. It's too late. Starting. I'm sorry, Hope. I'm so sorry. I felt Penelope touch my shoulder and reached up to rest my hand on hers. As I watched the love of my life fade, like sand from an hourglass, finally, my eyes wandered to the knife at Lydia's belt, and my jaw tensed as my grip tightened Penelope's hand. Don't worry, you're not going anywhere. And before I understood the plan I made, a knife was in my hand, the blade sliding deep across the name of his palm. Penelope recoiled, stunned. If I touched the wet tip of the blade to Lydia, still mumbling lips. Hair, Lyd, drink. I watched the blood trickle off the blade, together in her mouth, and felt the swell of relief when she closed her lips and weakly swallowed before falling silent. And still, it wasn't much, just a few drops. I wasn't even sure it'd be enough, until I heard the heavy tone in Penelope's voice. "You shouldn't have done that." Looking up, I saw the betrayal burning painfully in her eyes and quickly turned away from it. "Do you hear me? You should not have done that." I had to do something, so now I sit waiting. The sounds of the storm dwindling as Penelope stares blankly at the wall, and I watch the quietly seething husk on the floor. They used to be Lydia. How long does it usually take? Depends on what? I don't know. You don't know what it on. Her height, her weight, her age, what you have for breakfast. I don't fucking know. She's not dead. That's all that matters to me. There are worse things to be. Stop it. It's Lydia. Lydia, you know her, you've tasted her blood. That was before her brain was drowning in it. She told you, did she? What about her aneurysm she told you? Earlier today, I didn't know. She never told me. What's happening? It's hatching. Oh my God, keep back. But won't she need? I said keep back. You realize, don't you? September 21st, 2044. Life here is a kind of game. A long game in which every move I make seems to land like a thunderclap. Perfect if you happen to be a god, but inconvenient if you're only pretending. And risky is still now that I'm not in it alone, so I've been playing it safe. Skipping my turns, pulling my punches. Not my favorite position to play, but I was glad when, after weeks of quietly burbling turmoil, the council seemed to finally be turning its attention to more external matters. 15 of the known anointed ones have issued statements of fealty to the reborn queen, and what a parole. Our word has it is returned to Devon. Perhaps it's time to bring him to account. Then as an example, attorney holdouts, no, leave him be. Also admirable as mercy is majesty. We shouldn't risk the enemy your actions will have made of him. My actions robbed him of his maker and his scion in one stroke. Rook is broken already, leave him be. Very well, majesty. Is that all? There's the matter of Samara's progeny, Neo. Please don't bother her with that. What is this? A member of the Shadow's retinue who still needs to be located and unquestioned. A shade, majesty. I'm taking care of it. I've been trying to explain to her that it's more suited to my jurisdiction. You don't think it's beneath both your stations to waste time on a single, non-compliant incarnata? Perhaps so, but we are without a preceptor, are we though? Go on, Kirshen. Well, the office is typically reserved for a shade born of the queen. No, Felix, I'm not sure that's wise, mum. No, what are your reservations? Only with granting enforcement powers to a newcomer man. Very limited powers in the scheme of things. Even trifling amount of authority can be a tall order for one with no experience in such matters. While you speak as if his predecessor had been something more impressive than a finishing glass bar, he wasn't, and it's fair to point out that he was outwitted by a teenage girl with a silver knife. Is it also fair to point out that the gravely inexperienced newcomer we have in Felix outwitted you by gaining entry to the palace? Brother, you'd support this appointment. Medusa, well, he seems to have your trust, majesty. He does, then here's my support. Bella Acronius, I have no objection. Me neither. Of course the office is your privilege to fill as you please, man. Very well, then we'll call it filled. Felix shall serve as our new preceptor. See that the files on this runaway scion are delivered to him, along with whatever else he might need in the course of his new duties. Of course, majesty. You take the opportunities you get. I was surprised that video she had thrown in her support though, and couldn't quite tell if it was a petty squabble with your or a genuine peace offering. But I was happy to accept in either case, if only to get any lingering Samira questions off both their plates. I still worry that my assassin's paranoia is a disease any of them could catch. Who you was writing in there? Just my journal. Your journal? Yeah, how else am I supposed to keep track of all the lies and loose ends? You're not worried someone will find it? Well, here, take a look and maybe highlight any bits that you think are especially telling. What is all this, some kind of code? A 4,000-year-old dead language. There's no one left in the world who reads it, except the Queen. And me, clever. How about you? That's not the Phylon. Samra's missing Silent Jezebel, shuffle-bottom Giselle Portis. An archaeologist wife turned in Egypt back in. Yeah, 1929. You really don't have to study it so closely. She might know something. You don't wonder what Samira had on you. If it was anything at all, I'm happy for it to stay buried. What if it's the missing piece? So das if what the picture that leads us to the Queen, it didn't lead Samra to the Queen. Samra didn't have the Queen's memories. You do. Look, all I know is, this runaway is the silent of. The one who didn't buy your story, and she's made herself scarce. Maybe she knows what she's got, and maybe she doesn't. Doesn't mean you won't. You'll never find her, Felix. Her maker was beheaded in front of everyone. That vampire is halfway to the moon by now. Yeah, I don't know about that. No, if it was you, I wouldn't leave until I saw justice done. And that's without the century she's had with Samira. I bet you anything she's in earshot of the tower bells, waiting for a chance, and you want to give it to her. Yeah, reason to poke her head up at the very least. It's a different world outside the walls. A rougher, less man at one. Oh, I know it is, you think. It took 6 months to get from Ireland to your bed. Chamber, you were what? Holed up in some shithole. Outside the city walls for months, plotting your next move. It takes some doing to sneak into the Queen's palace, DOS, especially when you're not sure she won't kill you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hey, you did what you had to do. I'm just saying I know people out there. The source that might be willing to hide. Someone that doesn't want to be found. Look, I spent weeks hanging around here and haven't got anywhere. That's not true. Passion likes you. Yeah, we talk now and then. I still feel like she's hiding something. Maybe I can have more than one eye on the fire. Darth, you said you wanted me to help, right? James Bond and all that, telling you I know this world. I've been there on the outside looking in. This is a conquer I can crack, Dart. All right then, all right. Talk me through it. What were you thinking? It's strange to pitch in there, those odd neighborhoods just outside the city walls, where shady characters gather, close to the heart of the sunless empire, like hyenas on the outskirts of a lion's kill. As skittish as they are tantalized. He's right though. It wouldn't take much to get their attention, maybe only the scent of some royal secret, wafting off the new preceptor. Thanks anyway. Don't take it personally, they're shy. The last perception was a piece of work. But at least you still give me the time of day. I'll give you more than that if you want. Let me fill a pipe. This nice guy's got a nice kid. No, 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 no. Ho ho, I need to keep a clear head. I bet how far you've come thanks to you. What are you doing here, Felix? How do you mean? You were such a renegade when you first turned up all those months ago. Now you're flashing a raw fucking cigarette ring after some Porsche. I just saw Maker's head taken off. I'm not looking to drag anyone in front of the council. I just want to talk to her. What about you? Last time I saw you, you were saying the Queen possessed your lover, and you're gonna get her back. Did you think I wouldn't ask how it ends? I don't know what you want me to say. Who is she? Who was it you found way to few in the palace? The Queen or the girl you fell for? Who do you think? Haha, it's a delicate business though. You want to give them something to chew on, but not something so juicy that they'd have a mind to devour you. But I trust him to know the difference. I'll tell you what, leaving the fight side, I'll ask around. Yes, thanks Hop. In some ways the cloak and dagger stuff is closer to his comfort zone than it is to mine. He's always had a knack for games as strategy. Bold move that. All right. Cut out Kersheen. Go ahead and move your knight. I know you've been waiting for the opening. Thank you for playing me. Don't get around to it as often as I like. No gut, no chest enthusiast among your siblings. Just bellow, but I mean, he's much too cunning, wow. I'm sure you'll find me to be exactly the right amount of cunning. Reminds me I've been meaning to congratulate you on your new office receptor. I heard I've got you to thank for that. You'll do fine. Even Vidusha signed off in the end, no. Don't suppose it means the jealousy is waning. Well, what do you expect? You know, a version of the Queen that no other royal scion ever has or ever will. Which version is that? The mortal one, the person. A great woman was before she knew she was great, for destiny got us talents in her. Even I don't be that level of insight in my maker, so how far back do you and she go? Only about 300 years ago in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Do I not look Dutch to you? I was brought there in the care of a missionary, if you could call it care. Parading me about like I was one of his bona fides, the poor orphan girl from Guangzhou. Buying closed doors he was, yeah, less charitable, Jesus, yeah, oh and yeah, I'm gone, no. Did you just yes? You must always be careful who you pity when there's a game being played. You made that fucking guy up just to distract me, no. I wish he was as real as sin. But justice found him in the end. How's that? Sorry, unless that's a terrible question, no. No, I just wouldn't want to bore you, no. No, go on, I'm genuinely curious. Well, time came. I overheard him grumbling about the woman who moved in across the canal, a princess or sultana from some foreign land. And affront to him, but to me it sounded like sex itself. He'd go off to his evening church meetings, leaving me to copy Bible pages in Cantonese, and I'd watch that house from my little upstairs window. A tall, narrow house, curtains always drawn tight, betraying no sign of life, until one night just after the lamps have been lit, front door opens, spilling her like a secret into the night. You followed her, not the first time I saw her, but the second, then the third, getting more daring each time my trail. After watching her pick off the occasional man, stumbling out of a beer hall, did she see her? If she did, she gave her sign. I was nothing to her. I'm sure she might never have noticed me. But well, there's only so many bloodless corpses you can pull out of the canals in 18th century Amsterdam before someone, you know, says the V word. My keeper among the first. Took him all of a day to muster a gang to go after the foreign woman across the way. Raging xenophobe that he was. What did he do? You tell me, preceptor. What did I do? You went to warn her. Very good, yes. The enemy of my enemy. I knocked on her door. Then they kicked it in not 10 minutes later, and were dead before the dust had settled. 8 armed men. So justice found him in the end, truly, the most shocking sort of justice I could imagine. Terrifying and beautiful, like nothing could touch her. I wanted to run, but her words stilled me, and when she bet it was so gentle, a gift she called out for saving her. Her light in the dark. I mean, are you okay? Yeah, this just been a long time since I've said that story. Thanks for indulging me, no thank you. By the way, check me. Look at you, turning my own cynical little war games against me. Sorry. That's so shitty, isn't it? Oh no, not at all. I deserved it. You will make an excellent preceptor. Impressive, my Perry, no Kirshen. You really beat her, oh. Thornton School chess champion 2 years running. Darth told you her whole bloody origin story too. You say that like it's valuable intel. No, it's just surprising. They usually so guarded about their relationships with the Queen. Oh, well, I feel like an asshole. Relax, she wouldn't have gone there if she didn't see you as a friend. No, yeah, but just out of curiosity. How bad would it be if I did to do you? I don't know, maybe. I guess you reminds me of my sister. Sorry. No, just keep your wits, okay? Yeah, of course. Hey, that Perry was nice too. No, it wasn't. It was rubbish, no. I'm serious, you're improving. I was a total muppet. After my first 2 weeks of combat training, when you like 17, I'm 60, okay, you want me to show you again. Could you? Yeah, come at me, it's half speed. See, yeah, go wide. Open them up for the counter, yeah, that makes sense. How's the investigation going? Any bite? I thought I'd check back with Hop tonight. This is the guy with the hook a ball. Yeah, I don't know what a shot. Sure, just lay off the Wolfsbane. That's weird, right? They can get high of old-timey Agatha Christie. Poisons. How whatever works, right? Think it's risky talking to a guy like that. I don't know, I mean, he didn't rat you out back when you were planning on breaking into the palace. I mean, risky for you. Me out there, dropping hints about the secret. You've worked so hard to keep, don't worry about me. The road from a vampire don't end. The wife's office is all but paved with plausible deniability that's true. Besides, it'll take something meatier than hints to get this runaway talking, if he finds her, yeah. It's not sure how to play that one. Trust your gut and seriously, I'll be fine. You just look after yourself, okay? I will, okay. Come on, try the other move I showed you. Hope, what is it? I might have that lead on that runaway of yours already. That's brilliant, let's have it, yeah. You know this bag's empty, right? It's not bag, it's a hood, what? What you? Want me to put this on when we get to the boat? Yes, Hob, you're not a scrappy underdog anymore, Felix. You represent serious powers here. Powers that could crush most of us. These are sensible precautions. At least tell me how far we going. Not far, small island. I thought of him as I stared out my window. The night blackest building. Not even the faintest hint of moonlight. Behind the unbroken clouds, waves thundering in the dark. Don't worry about him, I tell myself. He's got this. But what about you, Darcy? What have you got? What's your move? Because I can think of one. But it requires additional measures. Come in. You requested the presence of a Vestal Majesty. Yes, thank you, Acronas, bring her in. Behind him to keep his flank to human woman. Smartly attired in closely cropped hair and a low-cut dress that offered ready access to her neck. It's been a while since you've drank from the festival pool. Are you steeling yourself for some grand endeavor? May I ask if the mine, perhaps? I think you'll find this one suited to your needs. She's a new 161st generation. They unnerve me, the vessels, not just the fact of their existence. This lineage of human feedstock, purpose-bred over millennia, with a careful eye to taste and more arcane qualities, that would be horror enough, without the inescapable sense that they themselves knew it, and yearned in some religious way to be fed upon. What's her name? Ingrid, Majesty. As I stepped forward, Ingrid dutifully focused her eyes past me and practiced deference. Thank you for this, Ingrid. She shuddered as I bit her. Blood rushed into my mouth, singing of a profound joy. A strange thing descends from your dinner, but my discomfort soon drowned in the smoky fridge. Taste the concentrated, genetic essence of countless oracles and mystics, going back thousands of years. I had to force myself to stop, she faltered as I let go. I keep as rushed forward to catch her. Finished, Majesty. Yes, yes, that will suffice, thank you. Anything else, my queen? No, douse the lights on your way out. And tell Anya I'm not to be disturbed. Of course, Majesty. The power in the blood teased some primal part of me. The lioness inside wanted to run and hunt. But I rallied her to my course, laying myself on the bed and shutting my eyes to focus on the task at hand. The queen's most guarded memories are few, but forbidding, like a darkness that won't let me in. A darkness that pushes back and yields only to the most Herculean of efforts, like that of a free diver carrying a weight across the ocean floor. So I let the subtle power of the Vestal blood spread to the tips of my extremities and picture a candle in the dark. Just as Whisper taught me, I focus on the flame, on its cold black heart, and deeper still, diving into vast oceans of time. Paul, I can't see a bloody thing. Give me a hand, the dog's in front of you. Just step down. They walk now this way. How much further destroy your head? Right here, stop. Well, it's all right, Hob. You can take his hood off, Giselle Portis, I presume. Why are you looking for me? I've done nothing, no. You just awfully quick to disappear. After what happened to your maker, what happened to her? You almost make it sound like an accident. How should I be referring to it? An abomination, a blasphemy, strong words. She was a scion of the true queen, the true queen. I'm only repeating my makeup. And why does she think so? Did she have some reason to believe there was another queen out there? Do you, Preceptor? It's quite the journey you've been on. Hope here says you came to Dubrovnik, so convinced that her new identity was something you could free her from, that she was still herself under it all. I had to tell her something, okay? Why should I give you more than you're giving me? And what was it exactly that you expected me to give you? A list of the Queen's best hiding places. Are there more than one? Ask your maker. She is the Queen after all. Look, I'm not here to accost you, but I presume there's a reason you agree to meet with me. Yeah, so maybe we can help each other out. You tell me, you're asking the wrong questions. Preceptor Samira had no idea where the Queen went. There's only one among her king who would. Who? The only one with the skills to build a structure capable of shrouding her, her lost Zion, the pillar, Amzu. It's you. Somewhere in the dark I hear her voice and I go to it. Into the place she keeps from me. The place that even her science don't know. So yes, Majesty, they must work fast hands. It must be finished before the summer. The workers are already shitting where they stand. Your Majesty, then harvest more from the village. There are no more in the village, my queen. These men have wives and children, do they not? Clear their minds and put a chisel in the hands. It will last as long as they last, as you wish, my queen. I look around, searching the torchlit darkness for any details that might tell me where this is, but the chamber is vast enough to have weather on its own, and I can barely make up the throngs of workers through the mist that hangs in the air. Looking over my shoulder again, you feel it, do you? I always feel it. I feel every moment of your ceases. Melting through my memories, I see more and more each time I do. You see what I wanted you to see. It's not right, or do you pick your battles? Hiding what little you can without dropping the sky. This time of yours will not end like you expected. How do you even know you didn't expect me to get this close? You're not as close as you think. No catch, guess where I am right now. I'm in your palace, in your bed. They all call me Majesty. Now, all of them, the last one who didn't is dead. Killed by your own wife, no less. Do you know how I convinced her? Your wife. This is funny. I fucked her exactly the same as you would. She couldn't even tell the difference. If you could, you would have back in Antrim when you tried to take my body. And I fought you off. I'm your equal now. And our rests for the whole of the world. You think we're equals? You could begin to natural world we are. Amsu was one of Her Majesty's oldest science. An architect and magician in Apados, learned in mysticism and sacred geometry. I wasn't aware of a 7th council member. He has to say I'm a counseling sometime. What happened? The official story is that he was entombed. On suspicions of this loyalty, okay. What's the unofficial story? There were rumors that he was buried to protect the sanctum he built for her. You seem familiar with these rumors. Yamsu and my maker were close. Both of them ancient, both from the land of the pharaoh's children of the same fallen empire. The mirror was the one who staked it, wasn't she? The queen always preferred her Zions to see to one another. And did Samra see to telling you where she put him? This was a bad idea, no. No. Hang on, Giselle, please. No. I don't like this. He's a preceptor, Giselle. He has access. He's close, isn't he? I'm so close. But beyond your reach, and you know where he is. But you can't get to him, nor is the scion of an accused traitor. You need someone who can, and what do you need? Laying a trail of tantalizing insinuations. As if no one will notice that you've said nothing. What do you want me to say? The truth about your maker would be a star. I don't know the truth about her, not for sure. She doesn't tell me things. She believes she's the queen for all I know. But you don't. I don't care. I'm worried for the woman I love. I see the jackals gathering. I'm just looking for a bone to throw them. Sue. What else would they trade the life of an imposter for? If not the key to finding the real thing. And why would I want your maker to escape? If he doesn't, it will be victorious. Victory. And who will call the wife to account for murdering Samira? After she saved the empire, you may be right. But I'm not gonna tell you why I'm serious. But maybe I'll show you. And if anyone sees me with a wanted woman, tell them you've apprehended me. Tell them you're bringing me in for questioning. Tell them whatever you like. I don't care. But you are mad if you think I'm handing this over, no strings attached. Let me give you some thought. I'm afraid the over expires the moment you leave my sight. It's now or you never see me again. Did she say too much despite my constant goading? It wasn't since Antrim that the queen had spoken to me. And now that she'd cracked, that she'd broken her silence and anger, it felt like a mistake, like she said more than she intended. You've always been the gentle one, the gentle one. Something about her wording stuff, driving me back to the library. Returning to a page in a book I'd found months before. It was nothing special, amidst all the gilded scrolls and codices. Just a photo of a tattered bit of papyrus in a second-hand textbook. Nothing I'd have noticed if not for the caption. Him to the Gentle One photo by a dawn raven. It always felt like a strange comfort. To happen across his name in this place like. My father's ghost was reaching out to remind me who I was, but was that all? The text in the photo had never seemed load-bearing before. But as I glanced at my notes in the margins, it felt strange that I'd never quite worked out what it said. Even now I did, trying to read these 5 short lines. Feels so much like squinting through the fog. In her head in sanctum, all right Dad, I'm listening. So I pressed my finger to the rows of hieratic script, determined to penetrate the haze. Come, O, blazing. Right, come, O bright one, O Lady of the Gates. She who crosses between life and death, and who needs herself in her season. Come, O Keeper of Heaven, and return the sun. Return the sun to this ashland, O gentle, have her, O. Bring it of the dawn lioness of Alabasta. Lady of the West, she of the red hair, oh holy shit. The chill crept up my spines. I began to sense that something in the ancient words was speaking across centuries directly to me. Majesty, A. Cornell's. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. It's fine, I was just engrossed in my research, inspired by your meditation efforts. Did you want me to pull anything else for you? No, I was just about to go as you wish. Actually, yes, Majesty. You recall the parable I shared with you? Oh yes, the lion's justice and mercy. Yes, you said it reminded you of another story, the myth of Asakmet and Hassel. I wondered if I could trouble you to repeat it. Well, I'm sure you know it better than I. I've had so many versions across the millennia. I'm curious which one you know, well as I heard it. A vengeful Segmet consumed by growing blood, lost in her quest to punish humanity's sins. Force at last into a deep sleep, only to awaken as the goddess of love. Yes, Majesty, the gentler of the two. They're the same goddess, to rival. Aspects of one divine force. You can't imagine what we are. Sorry, Mom. Thank you, Ekronio Sai, I should go. I nearly bumped into him as I rushed out. Less like a queen than a hurried waiter with a tray of hot food, gracelessly balancing all the questions on my mind until I could set them down and unpack them in safe company. Too bewildered to sense that Felix might have been negotiating A precarious situation of his own. How long do we have before the guards report in? There were reporters. You're my guest, the palace is my home. And yet you didn't even know this was here. Yeah, well, it's not often that vampires have a reason to open the pantry, much less check if entrances to a hidden crypt. Is it just me, or does it feel strange down here? I feel it too. Who is that surreal, isn't it? You don't realize how keenly you sense the world around you until you can't. It's blocking our perception. It's shrouding us. The sensation will get stronger the deeper we go. How's that possible? The geometry of the corridors, minerals aligning the wall. You'll have to ask AMC people this. He was her architect. He built the whole palace. So the queen herself could be down here, and no one would have ever sensed it. What's wrong, Preceptor? Wishing to turn back? No, let's just keep moving. Yeah, this is it. Hop the hammer. No. Give me the hammer, I'll do it, sure. How about it? Open it up, we'll have to step through. Well, what do you say? I see nothing. It's empty. Good. We won't have to make room. What do you mean? Should we take his head while he stay? Calm down, those weren't our instructions. But if she finds it, she won't. She never know he's down here. Not before it all crashes down on her. But hey, look at the bright side. Preceptor, you won't feel a thing when it does. Come on, let's break him in and get the fuck out. The silence is suffocating down here. Hey, wake up, sleepyhead. Who is it over? It is, yeah. How much did I miss? Like half of that last episode. Oh, Lydia, you didn't have to stay, I'm sorry. Where I was gonna go with your head in my lap. You could have just pushed me off. No. You look so peaceful. Oh God, I drooled on your scrubs. It's fine, I am so fucking gross. No, I am. Look at me, covered in crusty pink splotches, and you've got chicken pox. Here, let's actually get your temperature one more time. Before I say goodnight, open up. I literally cruel on you. Stop talking. 37.9, that's not so bad. Looks like you pissed yourself. God, I'm sorry. And that's what I'll tell anyone who asks. You need anything before I go? Snacks? Calamine lotion? No, I don't wanna keep you from the rest of your rounds. I know I'm not the only one who's got it. Oh no, but I saved you for last. Really? Yeah, I just figured. You know, since I always end up staying a while, sorry, just get so lonely stuck in this little room all day. I didn't mean to be so clingy. Stop. I don't mind. You're probably the best friend I've got here, actually. Really? God, I'm sorry. That's no. So we've been talking for what? A week? Sure, but like I fell asleep in your lap. I think it's fair to say that we're friends, you know. Yeah, you probably know me better than anyone here. Come on, you've got lots of friends. Not close ones, not people I can just talk with. No, it's been nice, this having an excuse to just be real with someone. I'll be sad when it's over. Oh, no reason we can't keep at it. Yeah, I guess not. Night hope. Yeah, night. I didn't believe in miracles. I don't know that I ever have. Someone dies in your arms. That's it. What's lost is lost. It doesn't come back even when you think it has. Still, the swell of hope rose in me as I watched the shadowy figure squirm free of Hakuku. Even louching forward to help, lid hope no, so thoughtlessly that I practically ran into a chair of supplies before stopping myself. Just keep back, but even with Penelope's cautions hanging heavy in the dark and musty air, I didn't want to believe. Straining to see the rising figure as the lantern-eyed kicked over rolled its glow lazily across the walls, finally settling to throw a slash of light across her body. Lydia, almost the body I knew. Same proportions, same gentle curves, same skin. Naked and wet like she'd only stepped out of the shower. Almost her, almost, if not for the shadowed silhouette of her head, her twisted face slipping into the light as she crept closer. Oh God, no, I watched frozen. She curled her lips from razor teeth and sniffed the air with her bat nose, all pink and glistening, like her sinuses have been split open and laid flat. But it was the eyes that broke me, cold and expressionless. Nothing there, not love or recognition, or even anger at what she'd become. Just the empty glen to the lamplight, like an animal's eyes. Hope, I'm loaded, step aside. What have I done to you? Hope, did you hear me? But I didn't. I didn't hear anything. It wasn't until she lunged that I snapped out of my stupid reflex, taking over to catch her open jaws with the flat side of my sword. What are you doing? I have the shot. Get clear. Ignoring Penelope, I drove her back, pushing with all my weight back towards the vestry. Reaching threshold, I kicked her inside and shut the vestry door, quickly threading my sword through the handle, locking her inside. I know it's not her. She just let me think. Hope she's a blighter. I know. I know it hurts. Let me fucking think. Fuck. I paced there for an hour or longer before Penelope finally spoke. The tide is out. We should cross over to Gansey and find a boat. It's not her anymore. You do know that, right? How do you know? How do I know what that it's not her? How do you know? 'Cause she's my scion now, and I know you feel nothing from her. I feel a great shadow on my heart, a crushing, hungry darkness. And what if the Lydia we know is still in there, somewhere beneath it? Then she's trapped and only we can free her. I'm not going to kill her. Hope, no. I'm not fucking doing that. We're not even discussing that. Then what are we still doing here? Because I can't just leave her. We can't stay here, Hope. She was here. She was right here. I know. I'm saying she feels so close, like if we could just pull her the rest of the way. Hope, well, she's already part way back. She's not dead. She's not in the ground. What he's suggesting we do, I don't know what I'm suggesting. She is what she is, Hope, but if she's in there at all, then there's a chance, right? As long as she exists in this world, there must be a chance of what? I don't know. Things happen, they unexpected things. What if I kill Darcy and it breaks the curse? What if all the vampires suddenly turn human again? They won't. How do you know? Because that's not how it works. Oh, that's not how it works. Good to know. Please, Hope. I wish there was a way. No. It's funny because for quite a long time, vampires want how it works. People who turn into dogs and fucking dragons want how it works. Hope, look, no. But you look. My sister is the reincarnation of a 4,000-year-old witch. You pulled a comet out of the fucking sky. And now you're gonna sit there with a straight face and tell me this is where the line is between me and the only person I have ever. Fuck you, Penelope, fuck you. I loved her to Hope. And I begged you not to do this. I begged you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was, yeah, okay. Look, the tide is going to then go. Find a fucking boat. I won't force your hand, Hope. She loved you. She'd want you to decide. So do what you think is right, and when I come back, we have to go. I stared at the vestry door, caught between the thoughts of her, trapped inside that monster, and the possibility of annihilating her forever. The time we spent together, flashing before my eyes. How's that nice? It looks a fuck ton better. Well, again, that's my right ankle. And which one did you say was broken? The splotchy purple one, right? You keep doing this. Which foot? Bit like you think it might get funnier. Hold on a second. So wait. Is the left angle the left? The left angle or the right angle? I still the left angle. You know what it is. I still can't believe you took yourself off the duty roster. Just while you heal up. You're not going a little star crazy, are you kidding? Leg rubs and bringing you dinner is basically a holiday. After this last month, yeah, you know we can talk about it if you need to write. What part? Any part about prison in the Brovnak. What happened in Antrim? You've done nothing but patch me up. In the entire time I've known you. It's my turn to play nurse. Well, you are natural. You should put in some infirmary hours. I'm not so sure. My bedside man, I would extend to anyone outside of this room. Oh, who knows? I never figured myself for it. To be honest, no, you didn't have an interest in medicine. What before? No, not really. Not until I got here. What's that about? Well, I didn't know, not first. It wasn't until I got my memories back that I realized. It might have something to do with Emily. She was a nurse. No, wanted to be a doctor though, and I don't know. I think maybe some part of me must have been trying to, I guess, honor her somehow. Sorry, no. Don't be sorry, that's nice. I get it, she was your first love, am. No, that would be Katie. Wait, hold on. Back up, Katie. Who the fuck is Katie? Katie was a long time ago. Before the comment. How old are you? 10. But I'd known her since we were like 3. She was my best friend in the world. Took everything in me to ask her to. The year 5 disco. I was gutted when she stood me up. She did. Left me waiting at Pizza Express. Sorry, no. I'm not laughing, that is really sad, Lydia. That is the saddest thing. Little 10-year-old you sitting there in a pink dress. Oh my God, it was actually sort of sky blue. What did Katie have to say for herself? Nothing really. She didn't really talk to me that summer. Then to comment here, so, not a great year. Not the best, no. How about you? Me, well, am I the first girl you've ever thought anything about? Well, I mean, I don't know, that was dumb. Fucking jewelry, God, he was a loser. But like girls, I mean, yeah, Sana, yeah. She was one of my sister's friends on security detail. I was obsessed with her for a minute. When I was 12 or something. Xana on security detail, yeah. She died before you came, God hope. I'm sorry, yeah, it wasn't like I never thought about you in that way. Like when? I don't know, come on. Name one time. Okay, well, I mean, I'd obviously noticed you. But the whole chicken pox thing. Yeah, I'm struggling to remember anything. Especially sexy about it. I don't know, the calamine lotion. Me dabbing your poxy thigh with the little cotton balls. I mean, I've been in this fucking bunker since I was 9. When was I supposed to learn what's sexy? I don't know. You seem to have had it figured out well enough. That night back in Antrim, yeah, but if you think you need the practice. Okay, I should probably take the dishes to the kitchen. Before we get too carried away, yeah, good idea. I just worried that these are gonna get kicked over. See the what sexy foot rubs room service. Calamine lotion, God, I should never have. Told you, hey, really though, thank you for everything. Fucking Katie, you'd never leave me crying into my dough balls. Lydia, I'd never fucking leave you anywhere. Hey Lyd, are you in there? Can you hear me? I'm just going to talk in case you can. He used to ask me when I first noticed you. Like really noticed you. And I'm not sure I've ever given you a clear answer. But I remember when you first got to the castle, I would see you at meals. You didn't talk to anyone back then. You make your plate and walk out, and I wonder about you. The quiet girl who wait alone in the infirmary. Lisa, I think that's what Maggie said your name was, Lisa. God, how many times did I call you Lisa? Coming in for a run on the outside with some couple. Scrape, hey Lisa, got any band-aids? And I got chicken pox, and he turned up at my door to bring my meal and medicine. With that name tag pinned on your scrubs. Lydia hand-printed block letters. I was so mortified. And you weren't even trolling me. You just didn't think anyone noticed you. But I did. I always did. I should have figured it out sooner. It was always there. I was just scared of myself, and I didn't even know what I was. It's so stupid now because I could have told you. We could have had more time. We should have had more time. I'm so sorry, Lyd. I wiped my eyes and laid down on the stone wall, turning my back to the door and the horrible noises behind it. It was all I could think to do, to shut my eyes to it all. Let my exhaustion drag me into the cold, dark mud cover restless sleep, praying to wake up from this nightmare. After a time, I found myself in a black, formless space ahead of me. A little girl stood before a green, bronze cat in a display case. I watched as she pressed her small hand against the glass. "You're young too young to have lost a father." This was the week after, I came to the museum with my mom and my sister to pick up some personal things from his office. "You're alone." I wandered off while his co-workers were offering their condolences. "And found your way to this. Stopped you. I don't know why it's like it called to me." "What did it say to you?" "I don't remember." "Hope." "There you are. I've been looking all over. Darcy, look. Look at the kitty." "Yeah, I see it." "Come on, it's time to go." "What did it say, Hope?" "Why are you doing this?" "Doing what?" "Torturing me with all this. Showing me this day appearing as her. You see what you want to see." "I don't know, do I? I don't want to see any of it. I'm so tired of this, all of it. I'm so tired of losing people." "How was the statue?" "Nothing. Just a cat." "What did it mean?" "I don't know what it meant. I was 4. I couldn't read the fucking sign." "Your sister could though. She stopped at the gift shop to buy you a small one and was just a paperweight. Something to hold, and you did so tight all the way home." I asked her, "What did she tell you it was?" She said, "I don't know." She said it was a guide, a light for lost souls to follow. Curious, what that of all the statues, that's the one that called the little girl missing, her father. What were you? "I've told you I'm nothing. Just the well you draw from when all else is dry. What it is, I have nothing left. You have more than you think. I can't do this without her." "You're not without her. Not yet." "What do you say?" "Only that we're not always as lost as we feel. Sometimes we're exactly where we need to be." "I don't understand. What are you saying? Is there some way to save her?" "Open your eyes." "No. I'm tired of riddles. I want answers." "Would you even see the answers if it was right in front of you?" "It's not for Hope. You pierce so hard down into the well. So hard that you only see water. You look straight through the truth that stares back at you." "What truth?" "You have to answer, Hope. You've always had it." "Show me." "I can't. You have to open your eyes." So I did. And saw a sign bolted to the wall. Right there. Oh, God. A single word. One word in faded block letters, and an arrow. The well. All at once I understood, rushing to the door. I pulled my sword out from the handle. Kicking the vestry open, I quickly backed off, but she didn't strike. Just lingered back in the shadows, her eyes glinting. "Oh, come on, what you do? Come on, I'm right here." Seeing how burst out, I felt my training, tightened my stance, and quickly flung my sword aside, denying my reflexes the option to hurt her. Before I turned to run, following the sign to the sacred spring, she snapped my heels. I hurled down the spiral staircase, 2 or 3 at a time, until I tripped, face planting at the bottom. Fuck, no time to recover before I turned and caught her hard by the wrists, barely holding her jaws at bay as I pushed myself up and forced her towards the spring. It was all I could do to hold her angry body under as she thrashed against me. But I was in it now. I couldn't let go this close. I knew I'd be dead if I let go. "Come back to me. Please, please." But nothing happened. Nothing at all. "Please." And as my limbs burned from holding her back, I thought how easy it would be to just let go. It wouldn't be long, maybe half a second, before those talons caught me across the throat. I could just die in her arms, leave this broken world behind forever, but for the thought I couldn't shake. "Your name is a promise," I told myself, and like that I felt some hidden reservoir open up, no, somehow tightening my grip. "I know you're in love. I know you feel lost. Like nobody can see you like this. It's something you can't come back from. But you can, I know it. I see you. I've always seen you. And I won't let you go. I'll never let go. Just come back to me, please. Just come back to me." And in the fog of emotions, something shifted, starting as a tingling at the tip of my fingers. A small savage body stopped, fighting me, and started to twitch and jerk as the water seas around me, growing into a roaring foam, boiling coal. As a jittery glow flickered under the surface, I felt it, strange currents coursing through my bones. I was too stunned to move, until the chanting foam around me turned pink, then slowly reddening to the color of an open wound Jesus, and finally, I let go and backed against the lip of the basin, horrified as the nerves in my hands still needled, like waking from sleep, and as the last hectic flashes began to fade, I watched the sickly film, now clouding the surface for signs of movement beneath. Lydia, in the silence. My mind began to swarm with images, half recalled from old horror movies, vampires, melting in holy water. Lydia, had I made a horrible mistake? Had she died in agony in my hands? Oh God, oh my God, help, help, holy fuck, it worked. What worked? Oh what? Look at me, what's happening? Just look at me, how do you feel? Oh. At the moment, I'm pretty confused. Why are we in the spring? Is that blood? Hope you're crying. What's wrong, your eyes? It's really you, yeah, of course. Are you okay? It's all right, I'm here, just, why am I naked exactly? Just thoughtless and a life sort of green. Greenish blue. I moved towards it at first, and then it kind of started pulling me, and then I was in the water, hey, and I just, Penelope, it was the water, she was right, the spring. Get back, Hope, what, it's her, it's fine, I let her do this. I check, I want her to, please, sure. What's your full name? Lydia Elizabeth Epic, and your birthday November the 8th, 2024. I told you she was in there. Did you ever tell Hope how you broke your ankle? Yeah, of course. She slipped off the bridge. Is that all you told her? What do you mean? Is that all you told her? Penelope, it's okay. Tell her, please. How did you slip? Oh, yeah, you pushed me. But oh good, wait, you did what she pushed you, like on purpose? It's fine, Hope. I was asking for it. Trust me, you'd push me to. How on earth, how did you do this? I led her to the water, held her under it, and I don't know it just happened, that was it. That was all you did? Yeah, that was it. Why is something wrong? Lydia thinks she's a shade now. No, she's not. You're not ashamed, Lydia. How do you know? Because you have a heartbeat. Wait, hold on, sit. So I'm human. Yes, you're human. I feel bad for him. You're the one who suggested cutting off his head. This feels worse. How is this worse? Staking him and bridge him into the war. He could be down here forever. You don't know who sent me. So let me give you some advice, okay? Don't be a problem. You've seen what happens to problems. No, I don't mean to suggest that. I know. Let's go. I can move. I have to get out of here. October 4th, 2040 for something shifted. After months of carefully charting a path through all the secrets and intrigues, things are happening fast now, almost too fast to keep up. The tipping point came when Felix returned from his investigation, with urgent warnings of the plot against me, chattering in a panic. As I examined the stake they'd driven into him. Darth, are you listening? They were working for someone. It didn't work, the stake didn't work, but maybe they missed the heart. I don't know, but it was a trap. Definitely someone's coming for you. It's wood. I feel like you're not hearing the important bit. Felix, the stake is wood. You keep saying that. Like wood doesn't work on science of the queen, except that you're not actually the queen, right? Yeah, about that, about what? I might have some news of my own. What news? He sat patiently, as I strung together the beads of my mad, new theory, my vision, the queen's words, the prayer to Hathor. Gentle half to the goddess of vengeance. I must have sounded like a madwoman. But he didn't interrupt, just nodded, and when I finished, he stood up and wandered to the window thinking. Say something, please. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. You're saying that the lie is true. You are her. No, I'm saying I don't know. What if we're like two sides of the same coin, the goddess? With split personalities, yes. In Tabata's Darth, you're not supposed to have these powers for millennia. They only belong to the incarnata turned by the queen. This stake should have worked. Except that, you've always been more powerful than other anointed ones, yes, but why? Why am I more powerful? Because you're the first in 300 years. And why do I have memories too? The dagger is gone. How is it that the connection between us isn't? Why do I still know what she knows? When even her own Sillins can't sense her. I know how it sounds. But it's the only thing that makes sense. Yeah, but does. Look at me. How can you be sure she's not leading you astray? Because this wild fairy says the one thing she never has. And never would say what? It says that we're equally matched. It says I can win Felix. It would explain a lot actually, if you were, Goddess, stop. I'm trying to be serious, you said I wasn't. I come into a bunker with the blood of my family, still damp on my clothes, and here comes a total stranger to sit with me until I'm okay. You threw a light like the sun on the darkest day of my life. How's that not like a goddess? I love you, you know that, right? I love you too. Does this mean the tables have turned? It's just a theory. Besides, having power isn't the same thing as knowing how to use it. We're still outnumbered, still walking a razor's edge. Should have kept my cards closer to the chest. You were careful, was I? She's out there telling someone. Your own scion has doubts, and you could be wrong for all she knows. I could be, but someone doesn't think so. The wooden stake says that much. Yeah, I could make myself seen. Maybe it throws them or sends them deeper underground. No, you should keep out of sight. My only advantage is that they don't know how much I know. You want them to think they've got away with it. I want to let them make the next mistake. For the first time I felt prepared, ready for a fight. But the only trouble with being on DEFCON warners, that you start to see threats everywhere. Every noise feels telling, every shadow weighted. Impossible to tell the lion from the wind. And when you came to tell me about discrepancies he'd found on the logs from Kirshen's expedition. It was hard at first to tell how it figured in everything that was happening. Was it a curiously well-timed windfall of intelligence, or nearly carefully crafted diversion? So the expedition was 7 vessels strong when they landed and Bermuded to resupply. 6 when they departed. They were short 1 support craft. Could they not have simply left 1 behind? Mechanical difficulties perhaps, that's what I thought. Until it shows up again after their stop off Portugal. I see. And what do Castian's own account say about this final leg of her trip? Her logs rather blithely skip from July 19th to August 26th as if it were the very next day, even if your suspicions were correct. And she did part ways from the flotilla, for some reason. Is that really unlike her to go off on her own? No, there were of course the earlier episode in China, when she broke away to pursue the rebel leader into the mountains. A point of some contention in her expedition to briefing, as I recall. I will admit to, I was frustrated that she killed the rebel leader without detaining him for us. Or, I understand that need to improvise in times of crisis. I'd argue that this is another matter. I'm listening. Make your case, right? There was no crisis. The journey was over. She was on her way home to meet her queen and vanished. A full month, not so much as a word about it in a briefing. I'd never have known at all had I not come through. 2 years of the expedition locks. What exactly do you think she's hiding? Well, I couldn't say, Mom, but after saw Mira's stretcher, either the fact that any of my siblings would be hiding anything is causing off for alarm. I don't suppose you've confronted her about it. I thought it best to let you know before it became an issue. Leave it to me for now. I'll speak with her. Very good, Mom. Speaking of Samira though, I'd like you to keep your ear to the ground on this business with her missing scion. After all, as the preceptor on the ground, he hasn't reported back from his last outing. Michelle, I organized a search, ma'am. No, it's not a serious concern. not yet. Just wanted to make you aware, in the event that it becomes one. Ah, understood, ma'am, understood. Thus you reported me missing. Well, I have to keep up appearances. It might be you all pulling the strings. For all we bloody know, he said he seems loyal. Seems being the operative word. I don't know. But it's interesting that he brings me an entirely unrelated reason to mistrust one of them barely a day after your attack. What if it is Kirsian, though? You've always pushed back on that notion. I don't know that you can base this on my gut. She's the only one of them I actually like. That's not a material, Felix. We can't start dismissing our guts. Not with so little to go on, we'll be out at sea. I don't know. She's a shrewd player. And there are things I feel like she's hiding. But I don't think she'd want to hurt me. Me neither. She's not entirely forthcoming, but doesn't usually bother with people she dislikes. What's your gut say Jepson used to hate murder mysteries? They tell you that in real life, it's almost always the most obvious suspect. As much as I spent every minute of my second life trying to unlearn that nonsense, in this case I'm a Ducha. She certainly wouldn't mind hurting you. Yeah, but would Samira's scion really ally herself with the one who beheaded her? Maker, we don't know that the woman you met is Samira's scion. You think they forged a file. It wouldn't have even been that hard. They could have just swapped the photo before they sent over shit. Yeah, you're right. We need more than suspicions, though. If we pull the trigger on Vidusha and we're wrong, that's that we've shown our hand. What if we had incontrovertible proof? What if we could prove it was the wife, sign who stakes me? Proof is the best case scenario. These aren't the moves of someone who has. The council is someone who has a theory. With proof we could bring charges against her. Maybe lock in whatever council member she hasn't got if we had proof. The wife's residence is the one on the South Pole, right? The one with all the cameras. She's always been a bit paranoid. How long do you think she keeps the footage? Felix, what is her home? Surely any silence of hers would show up somewhere on the footage. You would to Lupin, not after I got in. No, I know you can figure out the cameras. It's the getting into her house part that worries me. Well, I got into yours, didn't I? We have to know. She'd be away long enough for you to get in. Grab what you need and get out. Yeah, if only we knew. Someone who could keep the Queen's wife busy. Majesty, come in, please. No, sit, please. I can see you're busy. Not at all. I was just reviewing curtains. Charts of the South China Sea. Hand-drawn. Yes, but how are you? I'm well. Why? You tells me our new preceptor's gone missing. I wouldn't say missing just yet. You seemed on edge. Well, you know. You're when is he not? You're not worried? No. Should I be? I don't know. There were concerns that he was less than qualified. He's my scion. What are the qualifications? Necessary? No, of course you're right. Was there something I could help you with? I've been meaning to ask if you still have that green dress. The share one, the Vodier, from the last night in Vienna right before the impact. Yes, Majesty. I thought so. It's burned in my memory, that dress. Saying goodbye never felt quite so difficult. Likewise, Majesty. You should wear it to the palace tonight. Sorry, was that unless you'd rather wear something else? No, Majesty. I'm just taking it back. I didn't realize you were hosting guests tonight. Just one guest, if she's inclined. I just figured it's been quite a while since Vienna. It has. Yes, quite a while indeed. I'm always inclined, Majesty. Good. I'll see you tonight then. The best lies are true. It was burned in my memory, because it was burned in the Queen's. The image of her wife, on the night she last saw her in that slinky, emerald dress, and when Medusa arrived that evening. Looking every inch apart, I felt a surge of pity for her, still so in love with the Maker, who left her behind so long ago. I had to remind myself how dangerous a love that strong could be. to those who got in its way, more. Please, I've never cared much for poured blood. But this guy was given enough Volf, Spain to drop a horse. I can tell too much, now it's perfect, we're no shades after all. I love the evening storms on the Adriatic. The breeze, the way the lightning dances in the clouds. It's a lovely night. Yes, did you picture it this way all those centuries ago? When you chose it as our capital, I didn't choose Dubrovnik. You did. I merely advised at your PS. Naturally, you'd be here more often than I would. I suppose so, though I will admit I was pleased. I thought you'd want to stay in Corinthia. I was tired of the mountains. I've always felt happier by the sea. Not lately though. Don't look at me like that. We both know I was meant to notice. I suppose I just miss my queen. Has it really been so long since our night in the library? The night before he arrived. You mean my wife? You are the rarest of creatures, a high anointed one and royal governor of the empire. It's beneath you to be so jealous of him. Maybe it's just odd to watch the queen of all pine for such a simple shade. And a man, is it the, my taste in love has always been somewhat more flexible than yours. Fairly consistent as of late though. Vidusha, will you tell me? Is there a night since he turned up that you've not spent with him? There's this night, and is that why I'm here? Because you yearn for validation, and your pet is nowhere to be found. Perhaps it was too much wolfsbane after all. Yes, forgive me, Majesty. I've let my train of thought get away from me. Let's change subject. I think the conversation is played out, don't you? Yes, of course. Well, I've taken up enough of your time this evening. Thank you for drinks, Majesty. I was relieved, but as she went, I glanced at the clock, worried suddenly that I'd not given Felix nearly enough time. Vidusha, you assume the fact that I'm finished talking means I'm finished with you. You'd have me stay after such insolence. Is that not what you want? What you've wanted since he arrived? What's that, Majesty? A pity fuck? A conquest? The chance to leave your smell in the sheets? To lay your claim? Please don't toy with me, Majesty. We both know that you belong to no one. Then what if I did? If you did? For a night, just one. What if I belonged to you? No desire I could refuse, no ask I could not grant. How would you spend such a night? Pecking me about some boy? Is that really what you want? Does it matter what I want? It matters when I ask and when it's mine to give. Very well. What do I want? I'm listening. I want to tie you to the bed until I find out what this new voice of yours sounds like when it cracks. I thought to hide my surprise at the sudden swell of excitement that rose in meet the thought, and coolly locked eyes as I picked up the phone. Anya, yes. I wonder if you might bring up for coils of braided silver rope. Yes, thank you. 5 minutes. She grinned as she leaned to slip off her shoes, the slight glint in her eye, finding that ember of borrowed lost that burned so strangely in me. I did not resist it, letting the fire bloom to mercifully cloud any thoughts of Felix that might hold me back from the most convincing performance, if only for as long as it did take him to find what he needed and get out safely. Jackpot finally. Okay, what we got? 5, 6 cameras, go away. Oh God, please not be agents. Oh fuck yes, a computer. Here we go, archive. Show me the archive. What are you doing here? Well, thank God, because I have to say, I was starting to get a little unsettled by the lack of security around here. Who are you, sir? Cyprian Budge, Major Demo to the wife. I run this household. What are you doing here? Yes, of course. Good to meet you, Cyprian. I'm Felix McNoy, the Queen's preceptor. Yes, I know who you are. What are you doing here? Did I not say no? Palace business. And what business could the palace possibly have in the more from suite to the wife's private residence? Just a routine security review. I wasn't informed of any review. Won't be very secure if you had been, would it? I don't know. What rank misunderstanding of your jurisdictions? You labor on that, preceptor. But the security of this house is my responsibility, and mine alone, as it has been for 100 years, and for as long as it pleases. My master, now will you leave of your own volition? Or are you going to force me to show you why that is? Look, I respect what you're doing. Here, Cyprian, and I am going to commend you in my report, because this level of vigilance is crucial in protection of such an important member of the council, as the wife is the head of the counseling fact. Yes, absolutely, she is the Dragon of Norfolk, and the royal governor of the empire. Exactly, thank you. Yes, you see why the security review is so important. This is absurd. I'm getting on the no. No, that's not I. Wouldn't do that. Why not? Well, she's with the queen, obviously. I mean, you really want to interrupt? If so, please be my guest, but I personally would not. How did you get in here? I have a key. A key to the wife's private residence. Yes, of course. I have a key and a bloody preceptor. I've keysed everything. Keys coming out the backside of eternity. Show me. Show me the key. Well, I'd really rather know. I'm calling. Home? No, just... Wow, how about, did you mean you are a vampire to write? You're not supposed to be able to do that. Hey, I'm surprised as you are. You're a fool if you think you can get away with this. She will hear about this. I don't care who you are. You constantly barging in here. Then maybe it's best that you just get out of here. Yes, that would be easier. Sorry, I don't know why it hadn't occurred to me before. It's fine, rough day for everyone. Now I've got some work to do here. So if you could maybe pop out then. Yes, of course. Carry on. Sorry to disturb you, Professor. Okay, oh, Felix. Well, achievement unlocked. It wasn't like it was in the library this time. I felt sheepish afterwards, trying not to show it as she dressed herself, and left me sitting in front of the vanity to contemplate my reflection. I was still there, absolutely, touching my neck when Felix returned. Doss feel it? Holy shit, Doss, I did it. I actually do have powers. A manservant almost had me, but brained in Doss a shade. It wasn't even hard. Exactly like how it works on a human. I just did it. That's good. Haha, other ropes touched the bedpost. Fuck, sorry. No, it's okay. She was getting snippy. I was running out of excuses to keep her here. So you tied her to the bed? No, the other way around. Oh, okay, well that's sorry. Come on, that was. I was gonna clean it up before you got back. It's fine, Darth. No, it's not. You shouldn't have to live with that image. Stuck in here? Are you kidding? I'm sorry, I missed it. Sorry, that was dumb. You're fine. Hey, slow down. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. What happened? Nothing does. No, it's weird talking to you about this. Like I barely even feel like myself after that shit. No. Hey, you are though. We are in this together. Hey, sit down. What is it, Darth? What happened? For months I just avoided it, that intimacy. I just didn't think I could get that close without giving myself away, but it was easy. It's the most human part of who she is, that need. All you really have to do is let yourself go, forget yourself, and how exposed you really are. I don't understand. Did she hurt you? Not exactly. There was just this moment in the heat of it when she grabbed my throat and gave me this look. This look she's never given the queen. What look? Bold, unblinking, predatory, like, I've got you. She knows, Felix. I'm sure of it. She knows what you want to do. You have the footage? Yeah, good, let's look at it. Downstairs we plugged the drive into his laptop to review the CCTV footage from Medusa's residence, starting with an angle on the narrow street outside. Mostly empty as we scan day turning to night. And then a flurry of movement. Wait, yeah. Felix stopped to let the video play on. The woman in dark trousers and a hoodie. Is that her? Is that Giselle? Yeah, it could be. Can't see her face. Hood up, head low. She stopped and buzzed the door anxiously. bounding on her heels as she waited. When was this? Says. AM just after I was staked. When the door opened, the woman glanced vertically around before ducking in. Anything from inside him. Boy, he opened a view of the long hallway and dragged the playhead to 303 to let it play. Nothing. Where'd she go? She might have cut through the courtyard. Yeah, here she is, on screen. Verdisha let the woman into a small dark garden. Pausing there, and as the woman pulled her hood down, Felix nodded with recognition. That's her. That's Giselle. We watched as the one who staked Felix spoke excitedly, and Vidusha listened with her back to the camera, nodding now and then. I suppose you can read lips. No, but she's definitely Medusa style. How can you tell? The way they are. Look at the way she touches her. As the woman finished speaking, Vidusha stepped forward to cradle her face. The woman smiled in the glow of her maker's affection, but her smile slowly began to fall as she listened to Vidusha's words. Is she crying now? Nodding solemnly, the woman wiped her eyes, looking at Old as she began to kneel before her maker. What's happening to us? Why is she kneeling? There, the Ducha gently touched her science chin to pull the woman's gaze back up to her, brushing the hairs from her teary eyes, then drawing a long knife, and before I could warn Felix, holy fuck, her head. Yeah, she cut off her head. She's closing the loop. No witnesses. Yeah, but fuck me. Her own scion. We watched horrified as Vidusha stood, staring down at the body of her son, blood still dripping from her long knife, when slowly she turned to look directly into the camera. Okay, that's not creepy. Can she see us? I don't see how it's recording. Shit, what's happening? I don't know. Looks like we've tripped. Some kind of geolocating thing. What did it's tricking? Maybe. Well, can you stop it? Yeah. Well, I mean, I could have done that. Fine, everything's fine. Here we are. She didn't get anything. Fuck. Sorry. Madam, please. Behind the curtain. Yes, Anya. Were you expecting anyone, Majesty? Who is it? The wife? No, Mom. The moon. Persian. Did she say what she needed? Only that you know, Mom. Send her in. Majesty, did you need something? Kasham? No, but I thought you might. You did? Yes, ma'am. Questions about something in my expedition? Looks, I'm told. Yes, nothing important. Taking wait. Are you all right, Majesty? You seem distraught. No, just the usual. Is there anything I can do to help? No, thank you though. Kind of you to offer. And the preceptor, is he still unaccounted for? For now, but I'm sure he'll turn up. Is that amusing? No, I've just been away so long, it's easy to forget how absurd it all is. What's that? Oh, you know, the old city and its old ways. No one quite saying what's obvious to everyone, like walking through a fog. Cursian, do you know something about Felix's whereabouts? He's behind the curtain, is he not? Go on, Felix, you can come out. Hey, gosh. Hello, Felix. Glad to see you're okay. I'm glad to be okay. Cushion, the preceptor is engaged in a complicated investigation. No one's meant to know he's here. I hope I can rely on your discretion. You're better at this than I expected you to be. Both of you are. That said, I think the ice is getting thin. Don't you listen, Cursian. Whatever you think you know about what's going on here, I can assure you it's this. But I don't think I know Felix. I know. I stepped off that boat knowing what's going on here. Perhaps it's best that you go, Cursian, while we're all still friends. Or perhaps it's best that we just drop the pretense once and show our cards. Very well, you first. I pretend no expertise in the magic of reincarnation, but I have to assume that death is a rather crucial step. No. Kersha, she's not dead. Miss Dunraven the Queen. She's not dead, she's asleep holding up the winter. How do you know? You found her, Darth. You found her resting place, you know. Where she is. You see how interesting things have got. Oh. October 3rd, 2044. They say that a little hope can be a dangerous thing. Take the bottle of sacred spring water I've been carrying across Europe all these weeks. so astonished by what it did for Lydia that I've scarcely allowed space for a single thought of what I'll have to do if it doesn't work on my sister. So easy to forget the stakes until we arrived at the edge of the Bloodlands. Lydia, what are you doing up? How to use the toilet? It's 3 a.m. You should go back to bed. Yeah, I know. I hate abandoned army bases. I know, but it's safe enough for the night. An odd place for it, kind in the middle of nowhere. The past is a natural choke point, probably seemed like a good defensive position. When it became clear something was off down south. We're getting close then, yeah. I think there's a crate of seafood. We're in our tent, you sure? I think so. Looks sort of like modeling clay, right? Yeah, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. It's not crazy sensitive, not with our detonator. So, we could potentially bring some with us to Dubrovnik. Yeah, unless that's overkill. No, I wish it was. But you're right, yeah. We should pack some up, I'll find room. How you feeling? Yeah, I don't know. Can I ask you something though? Sure, you sense the ones you made, right? Yeah. What did you sense from me when I was changed? Why, it's hard to explain, just sort of a darkness. Not a cheering place to picture you. Yeah, sometimes I worry it's still stuck to me. The darkness, like I'm tracking it around. If you were, I'd be the first to know. It never happens that you don't feel you're Zion. Not by accident. But you're not, you're human through and through. Sorry. Don't apologize. Can't imagine all the questions you've got. I'm just happy to answer what I can. You know, if I was me when I came out, I'd have been glad my maker was you, and you'd have been a bloody feather of my cap. After the pieces of work I've turned. Lid. Hey, where's your coat? Where'd you go? I'm okay, I was in the loo. Is it snowing? Starting to. Sleeping at least. Should we get moving in case it gets worse? Maybe. Did you sleep? We can sleep on the drive. Let's get packed. Going was grindingly slow on the crumbling alpine highways, with me slumped in the back, watching the icy blackness slowly gray as Lydia chatted quietly with Penelope about religion and philosophy, the snow eventually turning to rain as we finally dropped into the foothills of Slovenia. With its dusting of villages, it was a while before I noticed. The obstacles had slipped away, no rows of abandoned cars or crated pavement or charred tanks, just pleasantly curving roads and the occasional cottage with lights glowing behind unbroken glass. Is all this inhabited? In a manner speaking, it had been almost 12 hours by the time we pulled up to a roadside in kind of a mock chalet deal, under a sign reading Pension Oscura and a frame, and its little family of single-room cottages clustered under dark old pines. I'm gonna see if they have any rooms. Hold on, you said it's run by vampires. Yes, and everything else between here and Dubrovnik. I can't just sleep in the car. Not that I've noticed now. Hope says they've got color TV. Oh my God, look around. See the cleared roads, working street lights, freshly painted signs. We're getting close. This is their world, and it hasn't ended. It's just getting started. We can't be caught creeping around like we're up to something. We have to play along, we have to blend in. Yeah, right, that makes sense. I'll keep an open sight line. But if anyone comes up, it's a shade and you are luggage. Got it. Just keep the doors locked and your eyes down. I'll handle whatever needs handling. She paid for the room with diamonds we found in the back of a jeweler's shop in France. Wow, just keep clear of the windows, flaking pine green wallpaper and dark red carpet, a dim lamp, barely strong enough to light the whole nightstand. It sat on a vampire hotel. All right, so what's the plan for you? Rest. This might be your last chance before we get to Dubrovnik. And while we rest, I won't. There's something wrong. He keep looking out the window. It's just been a while since I've been in this part of the world. Anyway, get settled. I'll go press the end keeper for anything we need to know, and that's the best way into Croatia. Yeah, but I get out of the habit of calling it Croatia. The border guards tend to frown upon the withered names. Right, yes, what did you call it? Magnetana, please. If you're feeling fancy, Royal District. For anyone else, Royal District. Been a while, as it can tell you the exact year. I'm fairly certain they were still calling it Yugoslavia. Lucky you, I've been stuck in this very spot since the goddamned Habsburgs. Well, I'm grateful for it. Feel like I've been driving for nearly as long. Back to see the Queen, are you? What makes you say that? Isn't it everybody's reason? They want to touch her hair or catch a glimpse. Or just be where she is not much of a royalist. Not like you outlanders pouring through here. Like someone pulled the drain plug on the continent. That many every moon. I bloodsucker from here to Murmansk. None of them with the slightest idea what they're getting into. Some haven't even got entry visas. Entry visas. God, I should have known, yes. The whole district's been on lockdown since she returned, right? Oh yeah, that's a pickle. I could find you one. You don't really strike me as a bureaucrat. I can be a lot of things for a price. You already gave you 1 diamond for the room. Haven't got a power to play with, sure. But do you really need to blood rolls? Let me think on that. I'll be right here. Just hand me over and take the visa, yeah. I don't like that plan. It's one shade I can take her. We can't start leaving a trail of bodies, not this close to Dubrovnik. It's less of a trail than if we pull up to a checkpoint. Without any papers, we won't look. These mountains make the whole coast a fortress. They don't bother with 90% of it. They just let all the roads get to shit. Except the one going through this tunnel. So all we have to do is go over right in that Skoda. After it took us like 10 hours to get over the last mountains. No need to find something a little harder. Whose blood's this? Mine. Why? Nothing. I probably just left it out too long. I can draw another vial. No, I'm fine. I should head out anyway. See if I can find something with an all-wheel drive. Feels like they've cleared the roads. Yeah, but there's still plenty of holiday homes nested up in these hills. I have something. How long will you be? Hard to say, but give me till first light at least. You really think it'll take that long? It could, yeah. Unless there's a rather stunning incongruous Aldi plant around the corner from this little gingerbread inn. Besides, you could both use the sleep. I don't know how I supposed to sleep, knowing that innkeeper's drooling over us. She won't bother you. You're claimed. We'll be all right. I'll be back. Just keep the door locked. We've got to be careful out there. It was a novelty. A warm, quiet hotel room all to ourselves. I won't pretend I was thinking of sleep when I'm finished brushing my teeth and sauntered pasta in my shirt in smalls, but she barely glanced up from the rows of numbers that had begun to fill her composition book in the days since her resurrection. And by the time I'd slipped into my first proper bed in Ian's, it wasn't long before sleep was the only thing I was thinking about. I'd have passed out cold if not for that glare. The overhead light is a crime, the lamps too dim. Don't worry, I'm almost done. Just taking my blood pressure. Are you really not tired? I can't really talk while it's running, understand? It's not that I mind you keeping me awake. I just rather the lights are off. Come on, lid, please. You need sleep. You're running on. I don't even know. 2 hours, and who knows when we'll have a proper mattress. This might I just have to take it again if you keep at it. Are you done? As soon as you get that bottle in your pack. The water, it could get knocked over. I could accidentally drink it. In the middle of the night. Always. Is there a risk of you forgetting what's inside it? Well, it's not as if you're known to carry around an orange in a bottle filled with holy spring water. I don't know why you have to say it like that. The spring was your idea. No, it was. You could be pummeling me with I told you so's. I kind of wish you were actually. It's almost worse that you're not. Do you really feel like You've got a comfortable grasp on what happened. Really, no. But I might when what happened comes over here and gets into bed. I will, just let me check my oxygen. You're taking the piss now, calm down. Look, I don't pretend to understand how it works. But it did work, and if there's any way to do this without killing my sister, I have to try, right? Yeah, of course. And your objection is, what if there's side effects? Side effects, how are your vitals? Blood pressure 11 to over 67. Pulse 75 BPM. Oxygen normal. Yeah, oh normal. Why do you sound disappointed? Because hope. Because there's a difference between thinking it would work and being the one that it worked on. You're tired, I'm tired. Come to bed, please. Yeah, all right. Field log 11:31 p.m. and let's see. Where was I? House 7, right? Same as 5:59, no transport options. Found some chickens packing around back though, might go gather some eggs on the way. Out, if I find a car, starting to feel that. We might need to be prepared to leg it, not that I think. Hello, is anyone there? I've been getting the strangest feeling lately. My head back to the in early after I try this last house. I work in the darkness trying to sort out if I dream. The sound of rushing water, then felt the emptiness beside me. Sitting up, I saw the narrow thread of light leaking from beneath the closed bathroom. Door, lid sun locked. I was relieved to find her soaking in the small green tub. Sorry, I woke up sort of sweaty. I couldn't really get back to sleep. You all right? You know, I can't actually remember the last time I took a bath and wasn't annoyed by it. Bob's annoyed you. I was 10. Bath follows something kids did. It's peaceful though. Was it the same nightmare? He had just running, tearing through the underbrush like a cannon. Ball, still no idea what's chasing you. Must sound pretty mundane compared to your dreams. No, sounds intense. I was shaking. You should have got me up. Minorities haven't kept you up long enough. I was being an asshole. You can always talk to me about the big stuff. She looked up, water dripping from her chin, blonde hair smooth against her head, reminding me of the moment she emerged from the spring, restored, and then, as if she saw the memory in my eyes, I bet everybody thinks they'd be one of the god dear ones, or a shade at least, who looks a blighter and thinks, yeah, that's me. It's not you'd suffered a brain injury, not from a blow to the head, from inside. It doesn't mean it was I couldn't even say I love you. I was dying in your arms, and I couldn't say it. My mouth couldn't make the words. How do you walk around in your body, knowing it can just affect? You like that? You think that bomb's gone back to ticking? Maybe it has, or something like it. Something inside. We'd never know. I crossed to sit on the edge of the tub and wiped her hair aside, smoothing my hand across the pale skin. Where I dressed the wounds from her fall, the scars gone, I know. They all are LED, and what do you think that means? Clean slate. Is anything ever really that easy? I gotta tell you, it didn't feel easy. Yeah, oh, it must look so awful to you. What, me winging over an honest-to-God miracle? Miracles can be traumatizing too. LED, it's never happened before to anyone that's heavy. Yeah, I guess I'm not sure how to carry it with help is how. Thanks. A bath, why didn't I think of that? You want to squeeze in barely big enough for one person. I can make room, it's fine. I'll take one in the morning here. Sit up, I'll wash you back. Field log, it's a little after 6 a.m. and I just pulled into the inn. This electric I found is holding its charge range. Looks good to try for the mountains. I've got some water in the back. Pallet of canned spam and the eggs I gathered. Don't know, I thought I'd make the ladies a scramble. Penelope Chambers, I have had the strangest feeling the past week or so. Like something was coming. I hoped it was you. Oh, you could see your face. How long has it been? 70 years almost. Could be another 70 if you walk away now. Oh, I don't want trouble. We both know I'd catch the fuzzy end of that one. What do you want? Just buy you a drink. Catch up. I'm busy. Lots of food. Got some blood rolls, do you? I could help you carry it. Which room are they holed up in? Fine. One drink. That's all I ask. She's back. She's talking to this guy, and now she's following him to some place. Across the street, the sign's in another language. I'm sure she's fine, LED. Man, that was filthy. You weren't lying about that boss, I feel like. I've been carrying the dirt of a dozen countries around, without even knowing it, maybe like a bomb. The vampires have balls too, and that's the car she got. Yeah, wow, Mercedes nice. What do you think he wanted? Maybe he's somebody she knows. I'm sure she'd be out any minute. What if she's not though? You were wondering if there's time to make out. Before I get dressed, hope I'm serious. She's fine, lid. Give her a minute. Where the fuck am I? You're really not worried? Has she told you much about the old days? Not at all. Well, trust me, she can handle some guy in a bar. You've barely touched your drink. I agree to let you buy it. I never said I'd drink it. You're missing out. Whiskey steeped in nightshade. Little spoonful. Of virgin's blood stirred in. Nothing like it. I didn't come to share drink recipes. Just say what you want to say. How is it that you haven't felt me? With great effort. Was it that hard sensing the place you'd left me? Down there in the ground, all the pain. I knew that it wasn't worse. It's worse at the start. You feel every moment passing. But less and less as your mind accepts its helplessness, surrenders to the dream timeless. And forgiving, blissful in a way. I almost miss it. I'd be happy to put you back if you like. You're quite a troubled woman. I'm troubled. Well, it doesn't come from a place of peace, does it? Granting some poor sard immortality, just to bury him for eternity. If only it was eternity. Yes, well, the excavators of the Prague Metro had different plans. And now you're here fishing for an apology. Not at all. I wouldn't accept one. In fact, not after what I did to you and the rest of them. The other couriers who never made it home. It was dangerous work for a woman. Especially on your watch. You can't really blame me. For every sister who died in the Czech corridor. Just the ones who got an ice pick in the gut. That's what? 7 counting me. I was paid by the Soviet controller to stick you. It was a job, as I recall. Those other poor girls were violated, savaged. Then I'm glad I got away when I did. And into the arms of your savior. Is that it better has than yours? And how did you repay her again? The one who made you what you are. Someone's done their homework. Didn't take much digging. There aren't a lot of shades. Who've managed to kill an anointed one? Bold of you to be strutting about. Just a stone's throat from the Illyrian guard's doorstep. They have better things to do, I think you. Underestimate your notoriety. I don't think it'd take much more than a phone call. Are you trying to intimidate me? You still don't understand, do you? I'm here to thank you. Thank me. I'd have died an old man in some shit flat in Berlin. Decades ago, if not for you. Now look at us, there's no us here, isn't there? Who do you think I saw in my dreams? Down there in the dark. You may not have felt me, but I felt you. You and I lived whole. Lives together down there. I always felt we'd be close. Then you're still dreaming, I'm afraid. Maybe, or maybe you are, believe me, you'd never know. It feels so real after the first few years. My God, look at you. The very portrait of the woman I met in Prague. So striking, so confident, so oblivious to the destiny that lay ahead. Mr. Anna dies. I'm going to walk away now. And you're going to finish your drink. Then you're going to finish mine slowly, and if I ever feel you behind me again, you'll wish you died of old age. I just can't quite shake the feeling that she's in trouble. Is that fair though? You're the one who dreams of being hunted like you. Kinda on the boil already. Yeah, maybe. Look, I know it's a change of pace, but maybe, I don't know. Maybe everything's gonna go our way for once. I mean, you can't say that we aren't due for it. I'm not being hunted in my dream. You said something was chasing you, no? I said I was running. I don't understand. Yes, so real. Sometimes I can always still smell it when I wake up, like salt and burn iron. It's not fear, hope. The sweating, the shaking. Are you okay? I'm saying. I'm not dreaming about being hunted. I'm dreaming that I'm the hunter. Did you finish getting dressed? Lydia, help me pack up. We need to go now. What happened? Who's? That man, Roland Allardyce. You're shitting me. Who? Her first Zion, the spy, the one who stopped her. Yeah, who dug that rat up thing? We fought company. I was afraid of that. Get back from the window. What is it afraid of? What he was stalling for? Who? Who's out there? The Queen's Secret Service. You can't be here. Yeah, but we are. Open the door. No. You're not out the back window. Go. Have you even met me? Yeah. Fight that. It's sweet. But you're not understanding me, okay? You calling me dumb now? You know you're in there. Just a second. Pope, look at me. They'll kill you. Yeah, they might. Unless there's something that someone desperately wants to know. Like what? Like whose sister slipped out the back window? Fuck, see ya. Yeah, okay. Lyd, come on. We have to go. I can't leave her. She's dead if we don't. Chambers. I'm losing patience. 5 minutes. I'm changing. Hope. Keys. Lyd. After the count of 3. Penelope. I'll be okay. 1. I can't reach the here. I've got you. Sorry. Can't find my shoes. Take this. Got her. Okay. I'm through. Go. Go, go. Oh, hello there, gents. We watched from the bushes as they led her to the lead car and shut her in. The colonel approached the edge of the woods. Another officer emerged from our room to pulse him. An undershirt I'd left behind. He sniffed it, then squinted back into the underbrush as we held our breath. The room stinks in mortal sweat. I know. What do you want to do? I'll see you the prisoner back. Stay and pack up the room. Everything that's not bolted down. You heard him. I hope we reverse any damages. Yeah, fill out the paperwork. You'll be taken care of. We dared not move until I was sure they were back inside the room. Come on, follow me. Keeping our heads low behind the hedge, I led Lydia to the dusty gray Mercedes. Penelope had returned with. Lydia watched the open door of our room like a whore. Cause I rested my finger on the start button, pausing to brace for the rumble of an engine. Electrico, thank God. Fuck, I looked up, expecting to see the officers rushing out of the room, but Lydia was looking elsewhere. The innkeeper, she'd seen the whole thing, watching us from the frame with her arms crossed, her expression unreadable. What do we do? After a moment, she simply smirked to herself and went inside. I didn't ask why. Just slipped the car into reverse and pulled away. Lydia kept her eyes on the end as it fell behind us. I don't think they noticed us. They're just checking the SCOTA shit. The C4, if they find the C4, it's in my backpack. You've been walking around with plastic explosives. On your back, we've got them. Don't we? What else? Some clothes. I'm up. You got bath. Looks like Penn left at crossbow, and some food in the back. I can't believe they got her. You know what it means, right? No turning back now, no turning back. True, I hadn't thought about it. What I'd have to do if the water didn't work. But I was ready to do it before the sacred spring. Before the miracle. Back when all that was at stake was the world. Now that she's got my best friend too. Yeah, they say hope is a dangerous thing. They don't know the half of it. You found her. You found her resting place. You know where she is. See how interesting things just got. There it is, the realization that you've said too much. You're wondering if you could get that silver letter opener into my heart. Before I could reach that sword on the wall, you probably could. But you'd never find the queen. Besides, I've known your secret this whole time and haven't uttered a word to anyone. I'm supposed to just trust that you've kept it yourself. No, you don't have to, but you might ask yourself if killing me would really save you if I haven't. How much does Vidusha know? If you knew as half as well as you seem to, then you would know that I'm the wrong person to ask. Jesus, Who's calling? I don't know, but they can call back. You can relax, Darcy. If I wanted to fight, I'd already be fighting. I'm here to have a conversation about what we want. We want the same thing, do we? I don't know. That's why a conversation was necessary. Go ahead, answer it. Yes, I'm a what? Yes, just a moment. What was it? Something important, too important to say in front of me. We can continue this later, but not too much later. I suspect you're on borrowed time. Now I'm going to turn my back to you, and if I make it to the door, come find me later. Oh God, no. Fuck no, no. No, hey, it's okay, I took the bait. I gave it away. I think she was telling the truth. I think we should trust her for now. Yeah. Well, we kind of have to. What was the call about? They've captured someone who. October 5th, 2044. And let this serve as a chronicle of my last 24 hours. As Queen, beginning as I see it. Not with Cushion's bracing revelation, but with the arrival of a familiar face. And all the turmoil that followed. Not entirely unlike the first time she turned up on my doorstep. Penelope Chambers. Yes, I know who she is. Did she say what she was doing here? No, she had a long-standing vendetta against the vampire. Who tipped us off? Who was it that tipped you off? A man she turned and buried in concrete. Some decades ago, she claims. She only came to finish the job. After learning that he was free, was anyone with her? Her Majesty, I'm not sure who was with her. She was seen with 2 young girls. Human, yes, mom. That's no one important, mom. Just 2 blood thralls she ensnared on the way. You followed up, yes, ma'am. How deeply, Majesty? You warned them I was there. If you try to follow me, I can't protect you. That's what you said, ma'am. Has your position changed? No, you're right. And what's to become of her now? She be bad. It come next evening in the Chamber of Rights. A closed proceeding, yes, ma'am. I thought it best not to dignify a shade's fate with a fanfast a mirror received. Let me know when you settle on the time. You wouldn't wish to be there, would you? Why not would I be unwelcome? No, Majesty. And I will see that you're informed. Thank you. I wish to speak with Her Majesty. I don't see how that did. I ask how you saw it my reach. No, mom. This way, Darcy. Go, Your Majesty. You leave us. Wow, I've always wanted to do that. Leave us, and they just do. You're a long way from home. I have things to take care of. Oh, that Zion of yours, yes. Is it true you turned him just to bury him? If only he had stayed buried. If only. But seriously, we really should stop meeting like this. Yes. I was out of line the way I treated you. Back at the castle, you were protecting your sister. I never got the chance to. Thank you for looking out for her. So you were getting her letters in Antrim. I was, yes. Would have killed you to respond to one. I didn't want to involve her. She's stronger than you think. Grinding my teeth behind tight lips, the question burned on my tongue. Despite the camera bolted to the wall, and you're on the other end, I thought of Veneer's lessons in the invisible touch. And the motion of small things. Pins in a lock, dust in the air, electrons in a wire. And my eyelids fluttered briefly as I focused on the camera's inner workings, until, should you get someone in here to fix that? Did she come with you? What? Did Hope come with you? No, you had to human girls with you. Gertie and Hilda, lovely girls. I hope you give them a good home if you come across them. Penelope Gertrude is allergic to blueberries. Hilda plays the mandolin. Penelope, this is serious. There's more going on here than you realize. Oh shit, you're faking. Yes, this was an act. You've infiltrated them. Yes, exactly. I mean, good cop, bad cop, really? You're serious? It's not my first radio, Darcy. I was a Cold War spy. My heart sinking, I was just about to command her to break open her mind and force her to tell me, Majesty, what are you? Cameras went out. I was just questioning her. Is there something you wanted to know? No, I'm done. It was frustrating being unable to communicate, but not worth the risk impressing her father. The woman Hope described in her letters would not have simply left the castle on a mission of personal revenge. The fact that she was in the Bloodlands at all suggested that Hope was with her, and the timing couldn't have possibly been worse. "There you are, Vidusha. How are you, Majesty?" "I'm well, and you?" "Quite well. I'm astonished, actually, at what you brought out in me last night. Yes, you were especially provocative. Not too forceful, I hope, and not at all. Now I feel as though I've seen a whole new side of you. Must be exciting to know I can still surprise you." "It is. Yes, I take it you've spoken with the prisoner." "Briefly, you tells me you wanted to attend her execution." "He seems put off, I'm sure not, Majesty. Just curious why you take an interest, I'm sure. I have a history with this one. A history that might incline you to spare her. Would I not be within my royal prerogative to do so?" "No, of course you would. But knowing in advance would better equip me to advise you. Advise me, yes. Should any of my siblings require some preemptive hand-holding, the council is invested in the fate of the Shade." "Are they perhaps less invested than they'd be if she was spared the blade you allowed to fall on their sister's neck, Majesty?" "I have no intention of intervening. Are you sure you could if you wished?" "You're the queen after all." "Exactly. Our rule is ordered on an ancient hierarchy. We can't tolerate those who defy it. She killed an anointed one, however long ago she should suffer the consequences. I'm so pleased to hear you say that, Majesty. And you'd be welcome to carry out the sentence yourself. If you were so inspired, would that not further call attention to her connections with my old life, perhaps, but in a way that decisively closes the book on that chapter of your existence? Unless that would be tricky for you. Taking the life of someone your sister cares for. No, not trick at all. It's a good idea, my wife. Perhaps it should be me. I'll let the council know to expect you." "Thank you. It really was incredible last night. I feel as though the whole of the world is clear before me now." Vidusha had become a walking paradox. She was relaxed, easygoing, more cheerful than I've seen her in months, and yet she'd never been more terrifying. There was a sharp and edge to her smile, as if every word was a threat. She knows something more than she seemed to know. Last night, I don't know, how much could Giselle have given her for my conversations with her and Hob? Not a lot. I kept it fairly ambiguous. Only that I suspected you weren't the queen and wanted an exit strategy, and as far as we do, she knows. I might believe I'm the queen, but not that I'm actively plotting, not necessarily. Not unless Cursian's told her since last night, right? I could talk to her. Cursian, no, you stay in hiding. I don't want anyone else to see you out and about. Does that matter now with all that's happened? Now is what it matters most, and Penelope never said. It was Hope that was traveling with her. I couldn't press her on it, not with you all watching. Could he pry it out of her though, with his powers? Probably, but Hope's nothing to him. He's not worried about a teenage girl getting into the old city. He's worried I'll order him to bring her in. He doesn't want the mess. Every piece of my old life that gets on his radar is just some new headache. For him, he'd rather just assume she gets snared by the patrols and sorted into the feet pits. With every other unclaimed human, you're not worried about her. Hope's clever and no stranger to this place herself. If she got out once, she can get in, right? The only ones who'd want to know she was coming are the ones that want to use her against you. Yeah, so this is the notorious Penelope Chambers. Am I notorious? Do you understand why you're here? I can only imagine that. It's either problems with my visa application or certain navigations that I killed an anointed one some time ago. You're funny, I like you. Yes, that's no. No for those of you station, but it's not what I personally find the most Repugnant. What's that? Why you did it? She killed my twin sister. Is that not reason enough? Your human sister. Well, I was human first and twice born last. Some might even say that the choice to be reborn is a choice. To leave what came first behind, the life we had, is the sacrifice paid. To be born into a more permanent family, one that lasts centuries, millennia longer. But not when the time came you betrayed your eternal family to avenge your former one. Did I or did my eternal family betray me? I suppose I wouldn't know how it feels. I had no mortal sisters. Seems a particularly stubborn aunt. It does. Yes, I was looking over you as notes. The girls you were with. You said they were locals you hired. Yes. Are you sure? How about if I applied some artful persuasion? You'll get the same answers he did. Oh, I don't know. I've met shapes that can resist. It's a test of our will as much as yours. You have to want to know he doesn't care, he doesn't want the trouble. But me was Darcy's sister with you. No, feel it. The difference that a bit of focus can make it. Like a bartering ram, isn't it? Let's try again, shall we? I was hope with you. Don't bite your tongue. Look at me. Yeah, that's it. Now you can keep resisting if you like. I'm in no hurry whatsoever. I can watch your capillaries pop all day. It costs me nothing. Do you know what I am? The wife, yeah. That's right, a high anointed one. Just one turn removed from the source of all. And you think you've killed a god. You'll make it bow to me. My talents have scored the bedrock of history. My footprints are the stories that mothers tell their children. I'm the reason dragons have wings, the monster in the mountain. Devourer of virgins and saints, I'm the fucking devil. And you will tell me what I want to know. Is hope done with? She's coming. Why? Kill the queen. Sister Bella, come in. Close the door. Any news? It says the prisoner of Corset. There been a spot of crossing the mountains. It's her, Darcy's sister. The very same who escaped our custody with another one. Now not for real, no. No one is special. Another young girl, a friend. From the castle, I imagine how long before they reach the city. Their current pace by morning. Do they realize we're watching them? No, I have ordered the patrols to keep a comfortable distance. Good. See that they maintain it. You don't wish to apprehend them. No, let them come. In fact, delay the execution for the morning. But make it known. Post is on every notice board and lamp post. Between he and the Ambla, heritage captured. And to be executed at the 10th hour, in the Chamber of Rights. By Her Royal Majesty's unwilling hand. Yes, exactly that. An invitation of swords. She's a bold one, the younger Dun Raven. Come all this way to kill the queen. Who am I to stop her? Persian, there you are. I didn't realize this platform was down here. Used to be a bar before the impact. It's a favorite spot of mine. Sound of the waves will hide our words from crying. Ears, I'm sorry for the delay. Not so. I heard you've had your hands full with all the fuss over the prisoner. What does get around? I think my siblings are eager to see how your majesty handles the transgressions of one with such strong ties and life she left behind. Do they know who is with her? I don't know, really. Would your sister's presence in the Bloodlands really be a bigger secret than what I've already shared with you? Well, in actuality, you've shared very little, although I suppose it's still hard for me to understand why you'd share anything at all, I suppose. I just figured it was more direct than your science efforts to befriend me. You think he was insincere? I assumed he was directed to at the very least. How much has he told you about his sister? Only that she died in London not long after the impact. Those were confusing times. Not everyone on the riot line was clear on the difference between frightened crowds and the things they were running for. Karen took a rubber bullet in the throat, trying to get Felix through at close range, tore her jugular right open. He carried her clear across Albert Bridge to the hospital. not realizing she died in his arms before he got there. They still had to drag him away from her body though, when they evacuated. Why are you telling me this, so you know what it means to hear him? Say you remind him of her. I told him to keep an eye on you, yeah. But he likes you genuinely, and if I trust you at all, that's the only reason why. Yes, well, I like him too. What's your game, Cursian? What's yours, you tell me? You said you knew from the start. Not everything, the first. I wondered if she was controlling you somehow. Until you claimed to have died, which I knew was false. Beyond that, I think you could piece the rest together. Oh, I can imagine. What you mean to do to the Queen is what comes next. And I can't quite work out next. Yes, next. How often in history have a people watched their ruler overthrown by some starry-eyed revolutionary, only to find themselves under their savior's boot heel? You think I want to replace her in earnest? I don't know what you want, I know you could. And that's your ambition, is it? I have no ambition, neither do I know. There are those who welcome it, those who demand it, even those who worship strength and unwanted rule. Those who'd happily bow to she who killed the Queen. You'd really be content to just shrug it off, melt into the fog of history. I would love nothing more. The Barbican is moored in the maintenance harbor. Barbican, my boat. I'll be waiting to take you when you're ready, but know that your time is short. Hang on. Why do I have to explain myself? And you get to remain as mysterious as you please. Because I know where she is, and you don't go and kill yourself then. If you're so fine with it, I won't stop you. Maybe I would have already if it was that simple. What complicates it, you'll see. You're gonna have to do better than that. No, I don't think I will. Hey, at least tell me why. She's your maker. You were close with her, you have her memories. Yes, it's a tricky thing, isn't it? Memory never quite tells the whole story. Which part of the story was she missing? She's royalty. Whole world could fit into the part she's missing. We should go, Darth. It might be a trap. What choice do we have? We can't go. Why? Because of Penelope. She's like another sister to her. As long as Penelope's here, Hope's gonna attempt to rescue. And if they're on their way already, it wasn't to rescue anyone. I know she might be coming to kill you, Darth. No, there's no might about it. She is if you bring the axe down on Penelope's neck. The axe is coming down whether it's in my hands or not. And if you're here when it does, Hope will be lost to you, and if I'm not, they'll kill both of them. I can't go. Not yet. I have to see this through. This is the trap, not Cursian and her. About this execution, this is it. Medusa has you right where she wants you. Yeah, and you just gonna walk into it. Sometimes the only way to escape a trap is to spring it. That makes zero sense. Yeah, I was hoping you wouldn't notice, Darth. I know, look. I know it's a trap, but there's no playbook for moments like this. All you can do is show up and trust yourself to see a way out. And while you're doing that, pack some things. And lace up your running shoes, or if you don't come back, don't wait. But this year, I'll be ready. The prisoner is being held in back good. My siblings, Acronius, thank you for coming. Of course I'm eager to see justice done. It's been too long. Hello, where's Caution? I've been unable to locate her. Then 3 will have to do. You're your 3 council members, my word. Majesty, quite the audience. For just as long overdue. I glanced around the converted cathedral walls, masked by scaffolding draped in black. The ongoing efforts to replace the old Christian symbols with elaborate murals of vampiric law. I wondered if my sister was already here, watching from behind those long black curtains. Should we wait for your siblings? Then I think we can begin bringing the prisoner. To God's let her in, and shoved her onto the floor, in front of the chopping block, and left. The axe, Majesty. He handed me a long, medieval thing with a heavy iron handle. The same blade that had taken Samira's head. Only weeks before. Is there a way you'd prefer this to go? My wife, Majesty. Some ceremony, perhaps as much or as little as you like. Very well. Holding the axe in both hands, I slowly approached the prisoner. Penelope Chambers, sign of Looper of Bohemia. You've transgressed against the sacred hierarchy, spilling the blood of your betters, thus in accordance with the holy precepts. You are sentenced to the final death. I looked up at the commotion, 2 pigeons circling. Before finding their way to an open window, I wondered what had spooked them. Then feeding the white scrutiny boring into me, I turned back to Penelope. Do you have any last words? You're going to lose, you're going to lose. I've seen it happen. There isn't a soul who's tried to rule the world that hasn't failed. We aren't trying to rule the world. Miss Chambers, we're saving it from those who have. You really believe that, don't you? Well, I think that's enough ceremony for now. Don't you, Majesty? You'll get no argument from me. Let's get this over with. And at that she swept her dark hair back and rested her head on the block. Before I have to sit through any more of your pompous nonsense, I looked down at her neck against bloodstone stone, and I thought of the letters from Hope. This woman had watched over her in my absence. She'd protected her and trained her. She'd been the sister that I wasn't. Majesty. I lifted the axe, listening for the telltale whistle of a Willamette, silver arrow slicing through the still air. And when nothing came, I resigned myself to the deed at hand, and was just about to drop the blade hard on her neck, when... Hey, looking up I saw her, my sister, scowling down at me from the scaffolding above, like a gargoyle clutching something in her hand. I couldn't tell what until she threw it. A clear round bottle sailing through the air. So puzzling I didn't think to move or catch it. Just turned away to let it shatter on my skull. Dazed I stood there, watching flecks of shattered glass fall from my dripping wet hair into a clear puddle at my feet. Water, was that all? Then I saw Penelope gaping, wide-eyed expectant, lifting my hand to the sting of the impact that lingered dimly on my brow. I touched the wetness there. Then I looked at my trembling fingers, now red with blood. My blood. Have you lost your mind? I told you when I signed up for security detail that there be times when you're not on security detail. DOS, you're in training, I will be on it. You weren't supposed to be out there alone. Everyone was asking where you'd gone, and I was scared. You're the only family I've got. I know, I'm sorry. Where'd you go? You remember Godwin, right? Your boyfriend, he's not my boyfriend. Were you freaked out like he was when he went missing? Yeah, well, he's not missing anymore. What happened? I was in the tower when I got a distress signal. His voice, Goodwin's, yeah. I wanted to go check it out. But Jack wanted to hold off. Why? Because they know something. Hope, Jet, and Gussie, and Dr. or Death. Something about the monsters that they haven't shared around yet. What are you talking about? What do they know? You can't tell anyone, Hope. You have to swear. I don't want Darcy. Did you find Godwin? Kinda. He wasn't himself. What's that mean? He wasn't just one of them. But you said you had his voice on the radio. Yeah, I did. I thought the monsters couldn't talk. They can all look like monsters. Hope, some of them keep their voices and faces and memories. They can look like us. Some of them do, yeah. It was him, it was Godwin. It looked like him, but it wasn't him, not inside. How do you know what was inside? I saw it in his eyes. Look, I'm not supposed to tell anyone. Leadership isn't ready to go public with all this shit. Why are you telling me? You never tell me anything, because I don't know how it happens. And if I should not know if it ever happens to me, if I ever come back from out there. And I'm not right inside. Darcy, stop it. I don't want to talk about this. Hope, I don't want to talk about this. It's not fair. You can't ask me to think about it, whatever. This is you, you're you. You're my sister always. October 5th, I think. I don't know, it's been, well, a strange Few days, and why did I leave off? Right, Penelope have been captured. We spent the night making our way across the mountains. It was quiet tense. Both of us feeling like we were being watched, half expecting shadowy figures to swarm us from the darkness. But nothing like it happened, and maybe that should have seemed suspicious. At the time, it had only felt lucky, even as we got to the other side, and the city seemed to open up for us. Me following the route that Rook and I'd used to escape. All clear. Okay, come on. The building wasn't hard to find. It was a cathedral. The same one they questioned me in months earlier. Now decked in black banners, if that hadn't given it away. The guards cutting in the axe and chopping block would have, after splitting up to set the table. Lydia and I met on a neighboring roof for last looks. All set, yeah, if got the water right. Here, if it doesn't work, it'll work if it doesn't. I've got this. Just do what you have to do, and get the fuck out of there. I will stay by the radio. Oh well. Hey, I love you. I love you too. I slipped into the cathedral, through a Claire's-through window, and walked my way down to the black drapes, scaffolding that hugged the walls. Pausing to take stock of the room, it was empty, except for 3 smally dressed figures, members of the Queen's Council. I recognized them from my time in their captivity. And then a 4th ended, my sister. 3 council members, my word. Majesty. I followed the narrow planks to a ladder, then dropped down a level where the curtain would hide. My approach, bringing the prison. The curtains were just thin enough to make up Penelope, shaped as the guards shoved her to her knees. Before the chopping block, is there a way you'd prefer? This to go, my wife. As I neared, the figures sharpened through the west of the curtain. Some ceremony, perhaps, as much or as little as you like. I focused on my sister very well. I almost didn't recognize her in that sleek, dark jumpsuit, her red hair shining and smooth, all poising grace, the roughness of her past life banished away. So puzzling a sight, but I didn't see the ship. From the pigeons roosting above, Penelope Chambers. Shotalupa of Bohemia, you've transgressed against the sacred hierarchy, spilling the blood of your batters, thus in accordance with the holy precepts. You are sentenced to the final death. I stopped, not daring to breathe, clutching the bottle of spring water close. Do you have any last words? I parted the curtain, carefully gauging the distance. 5 meters maybe. Was it too far? You're going to lose, you're going to lose. I've seen it happen. There's a soul who's tried to rule the world. That hasn't failed. We aren't trying to rule the world. Miss James, we're saving it from those who have. I imagine the arc of my throat, wondering, was there time to climb one more level down? But it was clear there wasn't. Let's get this over with, before I have to sit through any more of your pompous nonsense. When Penelope rested her head on the block, the axe went up. I knew it was now or never. Hey, her gaze started to me, and I let the bottle fly. Silence followed as my sister touched, the blood starting to trickle down. At first I thought it worked, but when she wiped the blood and the glass from her brow, I saw the cuts quickly sealing themselves, and my heart sank. Plan B then. I landed hard on the stone floor and set my gaze on her with a pang of grief. It had to be quick. I could do it if it was quick. So I charged her, legs burning from the drop, throwing my anger into the swing, but she blocked, catching my sword in a notch on her axe blade. So much for quick, locked together like clashing stags. I leaned hard, gritting my teeth. Stay angry, stay cold. And somewhere in the fog of it, my focus shifted slightly, just past the steel and into her eyes. And there, not something alien or remote. The same eyes I've known my whole life, dwelling with familiar emotion. The truth rushed in like a flood. It was a cover. Seeing it dawn on me, she formed her lips as if to say, "Game on," and I set my jaw. Then, without a syllable passing between us, we moved as one, spinning back to back, weapons drawn against the 3 counselors. Who closed ranks around us. See there, even her sister sees the truth. Back up, all of you. But none of them budged. After a moment, the wife smiled and started to circle, her brothers following like sharks. Have you been feeling strange since your last meal? Perhaps a bit off silver. Not a lot of grenades, wasn't sure. It'd be enough to counteract the amplifying effects of the vessels, so make sure to drink our fill of the rest. Before we slaughter them, I have to admit, it's always seemed vaguely like horseshit. Especially bred magical blood, batteries. But I'm coming around. Well, someone's been busy. Someone has a grenade. Says you asked after Ams's papers the other evening. Yeah, she's been looking for something. I'll bet. Tell me something, Your Majesty. Where precisely did you leave the body you vacated, Simple question. You were there, no. Are you sure your absent siblings will accept this? Summary justice. She's startling, no. She's right. We're not savages. We must demonstrate why we're more deserving to rule than those we feed upon. Right, Majesty? We'll take a vote. Do we believe this woman to be the reincarnation of our queen? Bello, no. Acronius, no. Me neither. That's 3 of 5, Darcy. But that she stopped, and the others did too. Bello in front of Darcy, and Aquinios in front of me. What should her punishment be? A quick death. She should suffer. I rather agree. Acronius, kill. Her sister, no. The throat-clenching instant unfolded in slow motion. The vampire before me, a blur of teeth. And Penelope hurting herself across his path, tripping him into my sword. And I didn't quite track exactly what had happened until his body hit the floor, and everything north of his tongue kept rolling. It had happened so quick that I'd only begun to comprehend the implications of a dead council member's blood on my sword by the time Penelope barked for my sister's attention. Darcy, seeing we'd need all hands, she stretched her shackle, chain taut across the chopping block. My sister was happy to help, freeing her. You stupid little girl. Do you have the slightest idea what you've done? The wife flowered, fists clenched, every sinew tightening under the thin fabric of her dress, until the rage seemed to roll off her, like the charge before a storm. My sister saw what was coming, and shouldered herself protectively in front of me. You have murdered a sign of the queen. The change was so fluid. Quite comprehend it was happening, until the strange silk ripped away from her lengthening body, black scales blooming across her long pale skin, arms and fingers playing into huge bat-like wings, like liquid. A woman one moment, and then a dragon, 7-8 meters long, hunched before me on the crook of her folded wings, as my all glued me to the floor. Go. Penelope yanked me awake, dragging me towards the exit. Dancing over my shoulder, I saw my sister take out a strut of the scaffolding, with a well-timed back swing, bring a section crashing down onto the dragon. She was still thrashing in the tangle of drapery and broken lasses when we reached the exit. Darcy quickly slammed the raw iron doors and twisted the length of axe through the handles like a pipe cleaner. Darth, run, I've gotta go. We can't be here, she's gonna break through. I know, but hope your sister is trying to plan C. Plan C? What's plan C? Run, Lydia. The kill box is full, are you clear? Yes, blow it. I felt the shockwave in my chest. That strange sense of being pushed and pulled, at the same time nearly throwing me off my feet. Easy. And in the sudden silence, we turned to the broken building. It happened slowly at first, then all at once an avalanche buckling stone. When at last the grand old edifice fallen, only dust remembered its shape. Who are you talking to? Are you okay? I'm fine. Yeah, the explosion was so much bigger than. Hi, oh yeah, it's okay, Let. This is Darcy, she's not the queen. You're not right. I'm really not Darcy, this is Lydia. I know you though, don't I? Soho, right. Yeah, this is great. I know, but there were 2 council members left in there, and I can't imagine that blast killed both of them. I'd be surprised if it killed either of them. did you to bring the car charges dead. We ditched outside of town. It's fine, I've got a better way out. But we should get Felix, come on. Felix, when did he get here? About a month ago. We need to go, and you trust this person? Sure. Where is he? I left him. She paused at the top of the stairs. Here, the door have been kicked open. A breeze from the broken window below the curtains. Felix, from the window overlooking the ward mortgage. We saw them, two lone figures at the end of the stone. Pierre Bello and his sister Vidusha. You're not the only one with unexpected allies. Vidusha, barefoot, clutched a ragged length of drapery around her. Now human shape, naked and crusted in dust, but otherwise unharmed. Yes, did I say? 3 votes I meant 4, but that another walked out to join her, holding Felix at the edge of a long knife. That's the one from Antrim. You're the Reach. I should have known when he wasn't at the execution. Come down and face the consequences of your deception. Winter child, or I swear to you, you will feel your scion leave this earth. Darcy stood motionless at the window, her back to us. I have to go. I wanted to warn her that it was too many to fight alone, but she already knew. I'd heard it in her voice, and then I saw it in her eyes as she turned to meet mine. I'm sorry. I have to. I nodded, knowing there was nothing I could say to stop her. Penelope. She didn't say more, but I knew the look. It was the same one my dying mother had. When she asked Darcy to look after me, yeah, and Darth nodded back, frowned, and started to the door, like a prisoner bowing to her fate. Darth, wait. I ran and threw my arms around her, and then I took her worried face in my hands. Look at me, you've got this. You're Darcy fucking Dunn Raven. Light them up. My words landed like a spark from a struck flint. Slowly I saw it flicker behind her eyes. As the tension left her shoulders, she had an idea. Thank you. She leaned and placed a loving kiss on my forehead. And she turned and descended the stairs with a quiet resolve. Where's she? She's coming. You're gonna wish she hadn't. I shall be throw his fucking head at her feet. Save it for her, you. If she has so much faceless, no. She will for him, she will. Huh, see, here she is. Let him go. Come closer. This is close enough. Who do you want? Him or me? Let him go. Do it. Move shape, Darcy. Go, Felix. But Darcy, keep walking. Such love, such devotion. Do you know what haunts me? That I might still be wrapped around your finger. If not for him, I didn't even know how badly. I needed to believe your lies. It's what happens when the one you love abandons you. No, it is. What happens when a rat sits atop the lion's throne? Your pleas, she hasn't abandoned us. She's about a higher purpose, and that's what you signed up for. Is it to be the lesser part of a grander purpose? It's horrid what she's done to you. You're speaking of things you can't begin to comprehend. No, I've seen the workings of her mind. You don't think she saw something useful in that? Young woman you used to be, prepared to wed a man she didn't love. For the good of her family, all right, sister. Willing to subjugate her own happiness to a grande. Cause this isn't sounding familiar. Shut up, the ducha, end this now. She twisted that part of you, the ducha, that noble giving, sacrificing part of you. She has spent centuries making you into the exact thing you said. Shut your fucking mouth. She saved me, liberated me body and soul. She's a goddess in the flesh. Her thoughts move the sky itself. I don't know what you are, how you know the things you know, but you don't hold a candle to her grace and power. That's just it for this year. She and I are more alike than you think. Fuck this fellow, I concur. No. No one touches her. She's mine. And at that, the wife released the curtain wrapped around her, letting the wind take it away, as her body again unfurled like an orchid, into the shape of a black dragon. Yor and Bello stepped back as she stalked the length of the pier, head low, back arch, teeth bed, relishing her prey's helplessness. My sister looked as small and defenseless as a rabbit before a dark thing that gave it no apparent thought, palms out FaceTime skyward like a child in the rain. What you doing? I raise my eyes to the sky above and notice the lead and gloom moving strangely. Rolling and churning slowly head dawned on me. What? Watch this. And slowly, the mark started to pull apart like candy floss, to reveal something no one had seen in a decade. Oh my God, streaks of golden light slicing through the gray. That's the sun. That's my sister. It was a sight so like a painting that I almost forgot the power of those wandering splashes of light, until I saw Bello fleeing, with his coat pulled up over his head. They can't fuck me, trapped at the end of the pier. You are swatted at, flames starting to erupt from his skin. Then dove into the harbor, there the pale shape of a great serpent. Left his clothes behind to slither away. But the dragon would not yield, still fitfully lurching towards Darcy in pain, hopes and starts as each sunbeam left. Newly sealing tracks across her scaly hide, the light swept across Darcy as well, and shifting curtains that drew increasingly angry. Billows of smoke and flame from her body, but she didn't so much as flinch. Even as the smell of scorched flesh filled the air, no, it was the wife who was forced to relent. Flames flinging stubbornly to her hide, she turned and took flight, trailing smoke across the water, until diving beneath it somewhere in the distance. And only when she vanished from sight did Darcy falter. The freight bloom above rushed in to seal itself, as she collapsed into a smoking heap. My amazement became terror. Darcy, hope, wait. Oh God, I arrived to find Felix cradling her on the pier. Seeing the lingering wisps of smoke curling from her blackened and shivering legs, I ran to them. No. Coming around, the sight of her stopped me cold. She looked up at me. A pair of green eyes set in the burnt and bald head, her skin charred and cracked. She beamed me with a knocked delight. He said, "Light him up." Haha, she looked better as we reached the maintenance harbor. Her hair had grown back, and much of the child's skin had flaked away. But she was still red and raw and limping, as Felix and I held her up. Easy, Darth, we've got you." Her footing was shaky on the steps that snaked down to the long mirror. Black super yacht, shining like volcanic glass in the water. And there at the top of the ramp was the 5th council member Cursian. The moon, permission to come aboard. The woman at the top of the ramp followed her brow. Penelope, Lydia, and I, we all do. Oh, nobody does. The man beside her leaned to whisper something in her ear. She listened, then rested a calming hand on his shoulder. "Come along, all of you. We shouldn't linger." And so here we are, cutting swiftly through the Adriatic, putting a distance between us and the Brovnik. I've heard our next stop is Portugal. Hey, still doing the journal thing. Felix, hey, you and she is so much alike. How is she? Looking better, still weak though. I've never seen a vampire heal so slowly. It's the sun, it's a different sort of injury for us. Will she be okay? It will take time for her to return to full strength. But she will. You can go in and see her if you like. She was asking for you. Thanks, Felix, yeah. Go, we'll catch up later. So Portugal, I have a fort there, a way station. One last chance to resupply or to disembark, for anyone wishing to do so, before the scary part. And your siblings are unaware of this way station, well, as far as I know. But we won't have to worry about them for a while, no, as slow as your maker is healing. I can assure you that Medusa is slower really, oh yes. Sunlight deals the most crippling of blows, star kind. Darcy's lucky to have survived it. I've stopped believing in luck where she's concerned. Can imagine, willpower. To stand in direct sunlight would be remarkable enough, without the fact that she'd called it down. She is remarkable. What else is she, do you know? Cash, no, you're right. Forget I asked. The bond between make and maid is a sacred thing. I shouldn't test it. Do you not feel bonded with yours? I did, but it should go both ways, shouldn't it? Do you wish you hadn't gone to warn her? I wouldn't go that far. The missionary who kept me was a capricious tyrant. It's not as if I'd have been better off in his care. No. Because of her, I've seen history unfold. I'm grateful, but I haven't come this far to become the missionary. Plan A was the water. Yeah, A for agua, B for Bess, and C for yeah. Lydia's emotional support explosives. You and she, you. Yeah, I am. I'm in love with her. You don't seem surprised. About what? I don't know. I hope you cried when I told you Xana had a boyfriend. No, I didn't. Yeah, you did. So I was like 12, you were 15. You don't think I noticed? When my little sister's heart gets broken, I stayed up and watched Emily with you. Oh yeah, hey, I'm happy for you. Thanks. I'm really surprised she was a blighter. I didn't know that was possible to undo it, right? Every time you think you've got it all figured out. Well, it's a good thing it didn't work on me. Maybe one bottle wasn't enough. I don't know, or maybe it wasn't the water. Don't know what else it could be. You look so much older. You look sunburned. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, Darcy. I could have worked it out. Or just given you the benefit of the doubt. I could have just told you it was safer not to maybe. But it wasn't right, letting you feel that way. Like the world was on your shoulders. And that's how you felt, having you in my life. I always felt like the hard stuff was taken care of, even the end of the world didn't feel like the end of the world. And it wasn't until I thought you were gone that I understood what you'd done for me. All the shit you kept at bay, the weight of everything you were carrying, I never knew because you just made it look so easy. So do you? What happens now? We'll be stopping in Portugal to resupply. And drop me off, it's up to you. What do you mean? I mean it's up to you. You'd. Let me come with you all the way if you want. I don't understand, you really never thought that. Maybe it wasn't just the water. No. Why? I don't know. Something about you, me wasn't me. I'm not extraordinary like that. Haha, hope what? You really think someone gets from where you started to this spot without being at least a little bit extraordinary? I don't really know where to go from here. I haven't had any dreams in a while. No prophetic voices urging me in one direction or the other. I don't know what that means, if it ever meant anything. But suddenly, I'm aware of how much blank space this new journal has left in it. And reading all that's happened since I opened it, I can't help but wonder what strange turns are waiting to fill in all those empty pages, but I guess we'll find out soon enough. And it's so hard to fuck. October 13th, 2044. My first entry since fleeing Dubrovnik. For a while there, even lifting a pen felt daunting for Noor. Always talked about how badly the sun could hurt us. But wow, did it. The surface burns healed over a day. But the aching weakness lingered in my bones, like a bad flu. I had no idea vampires could be laid out like that. It's taken me nearly all week to feel like myself again. We stopped at a Portuguese fort on the Atlantic coast, sort of the same vibe as Lochran, part medieval fortress, part museum. One of a number of bolt holes Kershang keeps around the world. As for the Queen's whereabouts, well, she could be on Venus, as easily as just around the corner. Cashin hasn't said she's still keeping her cards close. While the rest of us figure out our own next steps. Hope, are you awake? Yeah, what's up? Do you think this place is haunted? No, why do you? I don't know. Where's it? Bunk beds, and that's kind of like an old asylum or something. I think they were regimental barracks for the artillery men. Yeah, I know. Just don't talk coasty, I guess. Did you tell your sister what we all decided? Not yet. Why? Second thoughts. No, now. Bet he's right. We attacked the council. We can't bring that heat back to Devon. We don't have to go with Darcy, though. You know what you're doing. I'm not worried. You're worried about something. Can I ask you something? Sure, if I said, picture me naked. Okay, was there more to the question or no, nothing, forget it? It's too late, I'm picturing it now. What? Do you see me? Or the brighter? What? We just haven't really, fooled around much since Guernsey. Are you being serious right now? Not that I blame you. I can't imagine that seeing me like that filled you with what I have been flirting with, a bluntness that is, frankly, starting to border on embarrassing. No, you haven't. I've been putting myself out there. Like a Christmas turkey, you're always logging your vitals. Or relacing your shoes. Here, scoot over. I wasn't saying that we have. Shut up, okay? Doesn't sound very stable. No. Should we be on the bottom bunk? Maybe, but it's cold out there. I don't want to put my pants back on. Me. Neither. I'm sure it will be fine. Hey, I see you. I always see you, okay? Yes, I've seen Blade Runner. I don't know why that's so astonishing. You returned 400 years ago. Yeah, and I'm not a bloody time traveler. I've lived every year in between. Caution, Darcia. How you feeling? She's seen Blade Runner in the cinema. Whoa, haha. What's going on? It's been a week since we left Dubrovnik. I still don't know the plan. Oh, you're not? Used to being out of the loop. I don't like being in the dark, if that's what you mean. Sounds like a bone to pick with whoever. Soldier on being a vampire. I'm serious, I've got people here. How is it my fault that you wouldn't get on the boat without them? I didn't think we'd get all the way to Portugal without knowing where we were headed. Every stop we make is a chance for my siblings to catch up with us, and every person who knows our destination is a mouth that can tell them. So I'll brief you before we set off. When another day, find Oz. Hold on, yeah, cash. What's this room, an auditorium? I think Dos come here. She's just so cagey. I don't understand why she can't just. What was that for? I don't know. We haven't had a moment alone since everything that happened. And you were worried we might know again. We don't even know where we're going. Well, we know what's waiting for us. Why stop with a kiss? What you mean? Why not excuse me? And did the doors even match? You picked the room. Catherine over yes for a kiss. But he's scared. Hey, no. No, I'm not scared. I'm James Bond. I'm just saying maybe we can find somewhere more, okay, wow. Oh my God, sorry. She said you were in here. Oh, you don't knock. I'm swinging doors, any doors. It's an auditorium. What did you need? Nothing. I'll find you later, no. No, you. You ladies come, sorry. Oh, it's fine. I feel like everyone's squeezing in. Some doomsday hookup action before you go. Wait, you're coming along. 50 and Penelope can too. You talked to them about it. We took a vote. Unanimous, that was the agreement. We all go or none of us do. You found a hell of a family there. Any family of mine is yours. 2. Yeah, but it's you they're following. Sometimes I think they'd follow me into hell itself. God only knows why. Oh, still not sure what you're bringing to the table. I'm not the one who broke the sky open. I don't know what I'm supposed to be in all of this supposed to be. You never thought it was a weird choice of words. The hope of spring. I see that prophecy got on your head. Did it a bear? Yeah, I'll do that. I studied every word of that damn thing, looking for clues about what I was supposed to do. Drove myself bloody mad over it, and you know what I decided? What? Fuck it. The future gets here one way or the other. The trick to shaping it isn't worrying about who you're supposed to be. It's knowing who you are. Yeah, maybe, no maybes about it. You came in like a wildcat, and when all was said and done, a council member was dead, and that cathedral was rubble. You can play whatever part you want to play. Yeah, except one. What's that? If there's a sacrifice to be made, it's mine. You really think it will come to that? I don't know, but I can't do the hard thing if I'm worried about you jumping in front of the bullet. So if I say hold, I need you to trust me. I hear you. Promise, I promise. I didn't realize it would be a package deal. You wouldn't be complaining. If you saw the damage they did in Dubrovnik, I'm not. Just know that. I can't promise you'll be safe or comfortable. For that matter, room on this voyage will be at a premium. Voyage? I'd assumed we were proceeding on foot. Why is that? Oh, well, they've been unloading the Barbican all morning. It's just routine, just 6, right? You'll know what you need to know when you need to know it. When do you suppose you're gonna? Stop blaming me for Samra's death. That's not what this is, no. She was your friend, and it's entirely possible. I'd have had to kill her myself if she discovered what I was up to, but it wouldn't have been the spectacle Vidusha made it. So, all this caution about me is just operational security. Nothing more. I've been at this a while longer than you have, Darcy, and the only way I've managed is by ensuring no one has the whole picture at any given moment. It's how your maker would have handled it. It works well enough for her, does it though? Not so well. That an imposter couldn't march in and undermine it all. And you think my trust is a sensible reward for an impression of someone I don't trust? You did say it wasn't a very good impression. I said your tactics were clumsy. Your impression was immaculate. In a way still is. In what way? You could say it's your power, the feel of your presence in the room. Stranger are the little things, the way you stand. Hips slightly cocked, arms crossed. Drumming your fingers on your ribs. Takes that just no one could have possibly coached you on. I'm not her Cursian, that I know. But knowing what you're not doesn't tell me what you are. Ask me anything. I'm an open book. How do you have her memories? I don't know. Not particularly informative book, are you? What do you want? I don't know. Well, you must have a theory only, that we're connected somehow. But it's more than that, isn't it? I've been all over the world and haven't seen the sun in a decade. You called it right out. There are stories from the Queen's homeland of a goddess who came to Earth into incarnations, a destroyer and a protector. You're saying what? You and the Queen are both avatars of some goddess. I'm saying that maybe we're made of the same stuff, like two waves in the same ocean. What is this, Darcy? This is me telling the truth. I don't know how it works. Maybe I am an ancient goddess. Maybe I'm some piece of her soul that broke off. Maybe I'm just the universe's attempt to balance itself. I don't fucking know. Look, I stand how I've always stood. I am who I am, but I've seen how she ran things. I've lived amongst the tribe. She built on secrets and mistrust, and I wasn't impressed. Were you? They're unloading because we're not taking the Barbican. Why not? We're taking that. Is that a nuclear submarine? The Requita, and we're taking it where? I apologize for giving you all in the dark. Truth is, it's a long story, coming to this place. My part in it begins 300 years ago, on the other side of the world. In the coastal village I was born, narrow tree-lined canals, half-moon bridges, little houses with oyster shell walls, such a lovely place to be from. I'm not sure why I never went back. Guilt maybe for leaving, or fear of my memory being spoiled, to see the ways in which time changed it, but I made no effort to return. Not until after the impact on my world tour did you find it again your home. It's different over there, so close to where the comet hit. The level of devastation is different. It was flattened. Flat was this table, not a tree or building standing. Just tangles of rotting corpses and debris. As far as the eye could see, it's easy for my siblings to think of a comet as a gift, and it didn't strike their home. What did you do? What could I do? I go about the Queen's business. And I might still be at it if not for the rebellion. I quote some weeks later. This was the one in Chennai. Yes, not a particularly formidable threat, but there have been rumors. They kidnapped a member of the Queen's inner circle, who, hard to save from the state they left him in. They'd already burned the body by the time we captured the base. But there was only one it could be. I'm Sue. Who's that? Another council member. He used to be. He was her builder, staked and entombed to protect the location of her secret stronghold. They found him, didn't they? The rebels, they found Amzu. Yes, I knew it was suspicious. Chasing down and killing the rebel leader I was asked to capture. But I couldn't risk my siblings learning what he gave me. The rebel leader had the Queen's location. He didn't know what he had: pieces, not enough for a scrappy backwater rebel general to make sense of, but enough to fill the gaps in my knowledge. Where she is? That Greenland. She's in the Arctic. She is, yes. Right here to be precise. A chamber carved into a mountain on a frozen fjord. Behind vast expanses of ice choke. See, that's why we need the submarine. To travel under the ice. Do you have the layouts of the sanctum itself? No, I didn't get inside. I'm sorry. But how do you know she's there? I got close enough to sense her presence. Might have been a trick, some kind of illusion. No, caution's right. The Queen's there, how do you know? I've seen her memories of its construction. She tell am so. She wanted the workers to finish before the summer. Of course, I don't understand. The sun doesn't come up in the Arctic winter. It's one of the only places in the world where work could have continued for months on end. It's also clear on the other side of the world. From the impact site, why couldn't you get closer? It's protected by what? I don't know. I've always understood that. There's nothing in this world more powerful than an anointed one born of the Queen, and so in for 100 years. Terror is not an emotion I've known. Until I was on that mountain. I don't know what it was. I didn't see it. I just felt it. Is not just another brother or sister. Is something more. More, how is that possible? The thing you have to remember about the Queen is that she'd already learned how to get the gods' attention before she became a vampire. For 1,000 years hasn't made her any less capable. Fuck. Here's what I've been trying to tell you. She's not helpless. It won't be as easy as walking in and taking her head. We have to be ready. We have an ordeal ahead of us. We are headed into the cold, black heart of winter. Whatever's waiting for us is not something anyone could have prepared for. Neither are we. October 5th, 10th, 2044. She told us yesterday afternoon finally. And I knew as soon as her finger touched the map that it was true, all of it, even the parts that scared me. But it was a good fear, some of it at least, the kind you only feel when you're on the brink of a turning point. Stop fidgeting, just relax your arm and my thumb. Sorry, you really don't have to do this. There's plenty of blood left in the cooler for Penelope. Maybe there'll be a lot more vamps on that sub. Humans do though. Curtain's got a few. I'm just doing my part. Just as long as you know you've got more than blood to offer. Do you think it's a mistake going along? I'd never tell you to set out the fire. You want to change the world. I love that about you. I think you think of yourself as her sister. Am I not some of us? She's yours. I just want you to feel like you're in a path that belongs to you, not merely stepping in her footsteps. I'm not even sure I know the difference. That's the thing about big sisters. They always get there first, and by the time you catch up, it's hard to even imagine another way. Then we'll make it yours. We'll make it ours. All right. That's a pint. Skittles, thanks. We're from running lower than you thought. No, it's just mostly my blood left in the cooler. I just been checking the labels. I wouldn't read into it. You know, my blood tastes a certain way to them, or mine tastes off. Penelope would tell you unless she's been avoiding it. Lydia, stop. You check your vitals every day. If there was anything wrong, you would spot it. Maybe, okay. I'm going to the armory to see if I can replace the crossbar left behind. Do you need anything? No. Thank you. Lid, close that cooler and stop worrying. Yeah, Lydia Leopard Trump 810 for 44. Oh, you look normal. No more looking blood, little taste or not. That's not what blood tastes like. One of our hopes, maybe just to compare. What the fuck? Hey, what's wrong? What do you need? None of you. How did you know? What are you talking about? I felt you calling clear down the corridor. What? You felt it? Heard? I meant heard. What's wrong? I was thinking about that moment back at the end. You tasted my blood and you made a face. I wondered what it was he tasted. Did you taste your own blood? Just a small sip. It's sour, isn't it? So weirdly sour, Lydia. No, you're human. You can't taste blood the way that. Then why does Hope's taste sweet? Why does it remind me of sunlight? You tasted hers too, Penelope. I drank half the bag. Open your mouth. What? Show me your teeth. What was that? Did I have fangs? Oh, holy shit. Calm down. I don't want to change back. You're not. I don't want to be that. Listen to me. You don't understand. No, I do. You don't understand. It was horrible. It was so much worse than I said. Breeze. Lydia. I know it was horrible. I felt you just like I feel you now. You're not in that place. You are right here. I think I feel you too. How is that possible? Here, sit down. I'm gonna check some things, okay? Right, you've got a pulse, and body temperature feels normal. You've been eating solid foods, right? No issues there, no. No issues, okay, okay. Penelope, what am I don't know. Don't hope, okay? Hey, look at me, you're okay. You're going to be okay, I promise. The sense of anticipation crackled in the air that night, so palpably that I almost didn't feel what was coming. Almost. Darth, hey Hope. What are you doing down here? I was told this is where the weapons are. It's mostly museum pieces. A look around. I left my crossbow in Slovenia. Hard to believe that's not a folk ballad. What about you? Sword shopping? Yeah, I don't know. Seeing you with my old one kinda got me feeling all nostalgic. Is that one painted black to prevent rust? The plexus, oh, it suits you. I like it. It feels a bit absurd though. Rooting around in these rusty antiques. When we've got a nuclear submarine. Cushion took the warheads out. Really? Why? Didn't want to risk them falling into the hands of whatever's waiting for us. Besides, this people up there too. Innocent people in the Arctic still. Humanity is a tough lot. What's wrong? What's that look on your face for? Nothing, I'm just remembering something. You sure? Yeah, the crossbows are back that way. Wasn't nothing though. No, it was something profoundly familiar. I climbed the steps to the ramparts and emerged into the drenching downpour, as if the weather felt the grief of the one who was waiting. I know you're here. Do you know why? I do. It's good to see you, Brooke. You're a long way from Dubrovnik and glad to be. Oh, why is that? Did your council turn on you? They're not mine. They never were. Ah. Oh, that was a deception, was it? What else could it have been? I don't know. Rock. Keep back Hope. What's he doing here? Tell her, Darcy. Go on. Tell me what. I'm here to do what you could not. I'm here to kill your sister. This is exactly why I don't fucking knock. Drop the axe, Hope. Put down the crossbow. Him first. Hope is that you shouting what's going on up there. Lydia. Penelope, get caution. What is it? It's Rock. Hurry on it. Hope, please. I'm handling it and I'm backing you up. The Electric Cinema. In Notting Hill. Yes, you mean to say you were in London in 1982. I was in England for almost 100 years. Where did you think my accent came from? Cashin, yes. What is it? Something's wrong on the roof. And you believe her, Hope? This was all an act. It was Rook, please. I don't want to hurt you, but I will if I have to. You won't have to. Hope says you saved her life. At the very day that my maker died by your hand, in the most excruciating pain I've ever felt from her. I hated that I had to do it. You had to, did you? There was no other way. What's happening here? Cushion, Felix, this is Rook. My maker. Why has he got an axe to us? He's fine, we're just talking. Is that a council member I see with you? Think it's safe to say my seat has been forfeited. Brooke, look at me. The Queen is alive, Brooke. The real Queen. Kirsten knows where. It was all a game, a play. It Was never a game, Brooke, not to me. But it was the only play I had, and did she know? She know. Is it a willing sacrifice, or did she die in agony? Think you should lost the fight she devoted her life to? I don't know, and it haunts me. Look, please. I know you know I'm telling the truth. You know nothing I do. I know you're hurting. I'd know it even if we weren't tethered by blood. I've been there, oh Darcy. Oh, you haven't. And 1,000 years maybe after your world is forgotten. After every mortal you've loved is dust, and even your mother tongue has died. After the only companion who's lasted as long as you have. After the only companion who's lasted as long as. All of that has finally gone then you may know. If you survive the next 5 minutes, you're not going to goad me into this. I know what you're really doing here, and I'm not going to let you. I'm putting my sword down. See, I will die before I fight back. Then you will die like fuck. She will hope no. Drop the crossbow, put the axe down, hope. Drop the fucking crossbow. Yes, I know. Feels like we've been here before, doesn't it? But we haven't. It's not like that time with Jet, and you know why. Anyone Felix, hope, because Rook is a good man. That's right, he's a good man who's in pain. Who thinks he's alone? Put the crossbow down, hope. This is one of those times we talked about. I need you to trust me, the good. See, no one's going to do it. No one's going to kill you. You are not alone, Broke. I was going to throw myself into the sea the night I met her. And now the world will live because you didn't. But not the reason I didn't. She's gone. Forever. Her legacy isn't. Her fight isn't. We're going to finish it, Brooke. We're going to save the world, and you're going to help. Just put down the axe. And take my hand. I am 16 years old, does he? I have nothing left in me. There's more than you know. Just take my hand. Please, Rock. I've got him, I've got him. I've got him, it's okay. It's okay, it's okay. I was sure it was a trick. I was sure you'd kill him the moment he got close. I'm not surprised. It's what you would have done. I'm supposed to be better than that. I forget how deeply her cynicism poisoned us. Even if fighting her it's hard to take, I can imagine. But can I tell you something? You always seemed like the most human of them. And I was wrong. You're nothing like her. Well, that's not your fault. You know it occurs to me. I never actually properly introduced to myself. I'm Darcy. Good to meet you, Darcy. I'm Kirshen. Well then, what's next? Should we scuttle the bubblegum before we go? Oh no, I want them to find it. The council, they don't know about the submarine. They'll think we've gone inland. Not for long, they won't. Hope someone needs to stay behind and lay a false trail. Keep the council busy while you crack on someone. Or you. Me and some friends. She's right, Darcy. It's hard to surprise your quarry. With a threat at your back, we can take it off your plate. And you three, you've talked about this. Have you? We took a vote, it was unanimous. Kirshen, the logic sound. There's just one problem. What? They know where we're going. Not if she wipes our memory. Well, you can write. Didn't Penelope undo that in about 5 minutes? I'm more powerful than I was when we liberated Soho. Yeah, I could take it from all three of you, Darcy. It's to humans and a shade. Versus 3 council members. To humans, 1 shade and an anointed one. Look. You're in on this too. Well, I wasn't there for the vote. But I would be, if Hope would have me. Wouldn't be the same without you. We don't have to fight them, Dawes. Just get their attention and keep them running. I don't know, Kirshen. I've seen them in action. I think you might have the odds reversed. Perhaps you're right. You're cool. Give me a moment. Hope you're sure you want this. No. But how funny is that you could miss someone so much that following her to the edge of the abyss feels like the safe option. I've been following you my whole life. That's not what you need, not this time. Not with a dragon at your heels. You need a sister who's willing to go her own way. And take the dragon with her, and I think you know that. I think you've known since we left Dubrovnik. I'd never have asked you to, I know. God, look at you. You've got mom's eyes, it's... Okay, you need me to do this, it's the part I want to play. Do what you have to do. Look in my eyes. I need you to forget. Where the Queen is, where we going, how we getting there. I need you to forget it all, okay? But hey, remember always that I see you, I believe in you, and I love you. Hope. What is it? You keep looking back, the yacht's still there. They didn't take the yacht, right? I guess that was the point. Hey, are you okay? I don't know if I told her I love her too. She knows. Do you need to sit down for a minute? No, I'm good. All right, Hellcats. Let's make some fucking noise. Stop trying to make Hellcats happen. I'm workshopping, I'm not really a cat person. Yeah, doesn't he tell him to talk or something? All right, Brooke and the Hellcats. And you, are you listening? Reading of my shoulder, watching through my eyes. The way I watched through yours, I think you are. I feel it in the wind, the chill, the last gasp of winter, your way of telling the world that you're still in charge. But it says something else to me. It says you're scared. It says you see the cracks in the refuge you've built. You see my ranks growing as yours shrink. My family united, as yours fumbles blindly. Through the dark you left them in, I know there are storms to come. Storms that will shake us, you will thunder and thrash unsure. And it will look to rule the world like power. But not to me, I will know it's fear. Because I know that you know this is how your story